It might not look like much to some people, but this is my absolute dream car. This is a 51 Henry J, and it's an old school gasser. This thing's got history going back into the 60s. And, you know, I've had a lot of cars. If you've followed my channel, you've seen me buy some cars, you've seen me sell a few cars, you've seen some history on some of the cars we have, but you have not seen me take an old drag car and put it back together again. This thing's been sitting for a long time. Obviously the paint's pretty rough on it, but there's not a lot of rust. You see down here, there's a little bit of normal stuff, nothing real crazy, nothing real bad compared to most Henry J's. I've owned several Henry J's. Every single one of them has been so rotten that they didn't even have rocker panels. Floor pans rotted completely, just evaporated. So this is a very solid car. It had Lexan windows in the side, Lexan windshields. You can see here, aluminum dash, aluminum scoop. That's how far the engine sits back. So pretty radical design. Radius quarter panels back here for big tire clearance. We could put a huge set of slicks on the back of this thing. It's got dirt track tires on it right now, but these are just to roll it around, which, speaking of rolling, look at that. This thing is so light and it's so free. I mean, the brakes aren't stuck. I got some good feelings here that this is gonna be a good project. A couple other details that I love about this car. No trunk. This is a 51. 51s didn't have a trunk here. They also didn't have taillights in the fins, which 52 Henry J's have a taillight that completely disrupts this quarter panel, and then they have a trunk. So I love the radius wheel wells. Inside of this thing is total race car. Aluminum dash, aluminum transmission tunnel, engine is set way back. This thing was set up really, really nice back in the day.
Oh yeah.
Uh-oh. Oh. Now what do I do with it?
You just said it.
Well, that wasn't so bad.
No.
Look at that. This is better right here. Look at this. Look at this. Here we go. Now you're the engine.
I'm stuck.
You're the engine.
No.
Make engine noises. You do good at that. For anybody who doesn't really know Henry J's, which is, it's fine if you don't know Henry J's, it's an obscure car. Typically, on a regular Henry J, this extends out here and curves down. And then you have a firewall that goes out about right here. This also curves in, so your firewall comes to about here, which is okay if you have an original 4-cylinder or maybe a 6-cylinder. But if you're building a gasser, you want that engine to be scooted back so that you get the weight to the rear tires. And they did that very nicely by basically cutting out the entire cowl and firewall and building their own out of aluminum. So this is my first real look at this with the front end off. It's amazing how much room. I mean, this is like wide open. It's gonna be easy to work on. Just yank the front end off of it.
Oh, okay.
Basically like everything right here.
Yep.
Radiator goes here. I was saying that there's already tabs on here for an engine plate that mounts the front of your engine. This is, I'm not going to say it's going to be easy. I'm not going to jinx it like that. But this is going to be fun.
How can we do the back?
We can't take the back off.
Why?
Without more extensive work than that. So let's take a deeper look right here. This thing's got an old school Earhart master cylinder on it. It's a single reservoir, and we're gonna have to change that. So we're gonna put a dual reservoir master cylinder on it for safety purposes. And this is a neat vintage piece, but it's not something I'd want to use on the drag strip. Oh, there he goes. Be careful, okay? These things right here, that'll get you. I guess this used to be blue. I don't know if the whole car was blue, but this door was blue.
I can't think of a Henry J that's blue. That's just not.
It's not clicking with you?
No, I think of red, honestly.
Okay. Well, I will say that one of the most distinct pieces of this car, out of everything that I've seen on this car, is this upholstery right here. See that upholstery? That is basically to keep that front end, that fiberglass front end tilts forward, and that keeps it from just scratching the paint on the cowl. And this is just, you know, like glue on type stuff, and they've pop riveted a piece of aluminum over it. They've actually pop riveted the upholstery to the car, but they went across the cowl and down the door jamb area, and that is not normal. That's not a thing that you see on most gassers. So that's going to be something to help us identify it as well. Yeah,
I love the satisfaction, but there was no satisfaction.
it's just not a dirty car.
And my car got on the side.
Uh-oh, he wrecked. Air dried all night long, and the body doesn't look any cleaner than it did. It was actually very clean to begin with. So that's our next steps. We're going to jack it up. Actually, I could probably just lift this thing. So let's see. Yeah, I'm not hurt. So obviously it costs a lot of money to build a car from the ground up. It doesn't matter how you go about it. Even if I scrounge junk off the shelf that we've been accumulating for years, it still costs a lot of money. So I've got some companies that are stepping in to support this build. We've got the Holley group. We've got lots of Holley parts coming in. Comp and Edelbrock are supplying a few parts as well. And you'll see those in a future video. And then Summit Racing is on board with some great support. I mean, I've shopped with Summit Racing anyways because they're always right on the money when it comes to the best price. You can get it here in just a day or two, and you can always depend on them to have stuff in stock.
It's so light, so good.
It is very light.
If you could pick it up,
Even my weak back can pick it up. So there goes Isaac.
can't even get it off because it's moving so much.
Look at those big monster drum brakes.
Yeah.
I have never seen something roll that freely. I mean, the bearing is very loose, but it feels like there's nothing in there. I'm very curious. I'm really curious what this is all about. I mean,
What's that?
are these like keychains? These are keychain rings that they were using for washers. There's like a piece of a necklace thing. Okay. Good old weld wheels. Had those weld wheels on lots of things. You can see the date code right there. 1995 is when these were made. And since then, there is no telling how many cars and trucks these wheels have been on. Okay, so we have a similar arrangement. We got a brand new nut, brand new castle nut, but we have some more keychains back here. Got 3 on this side.
Less than lifetime.
Okay, now this one wasn't seized up. Fell right out. We also, what's going on here? We got a missing stud, and we've got some serious.
I need my red car.
I don't know where your red car is.
In the playground.
Well, go get it then. So needy.
We're learning a lot. We're gonna learn a lot.
Oh, and it's empty. And it's empty.
There's nothing there.
in there besides a wheel cylinder.
That's funny.
That's why it rolled so well. There's no brakes. The side's still stuck. And it's that outer bearing, so let's...
I see it moving.
Okay. Hey now.
Yeah.
Empty.
Yeah.
Empty and rusty. This car's got a 41 Willis axle. And Willis originally had 4-lug wheels. So back in the day, in the 60s when this car was built, instead of running the Willis spindles, they switched over to a Henry J spindle. That gave them a 5-lug hub. Well, that's what this drum brake came off of, is a Henry J. All right, it's a moment of truth. So this is a 12-bolt rear end, so it should have pretty standard GM brakes, but we took that front end apart and it didn't have anything on the inside. I got a funny feeling it's gonna be the same back here. Let's take a look. No, look, it's complete. Wheel cylinders, springs. So we should be able to just put some new wheel cylinders on this thing, some new shoes. The drums feel like they're okay. That is good news. This will be easy. All right, so we have it secured on our Harbor Freight jack stands. I had to cut that wheelie bar off, or the wheelie bar mount. This one had already been cut off. Not too worried about it. Not gonna have wheelie bars on this car anyways. While I was taking this apart, I rolled this around and noticed how both wheels spin equally. So I'm curious of what that differential is, if it's like welded up spider gears, if it's a spool or whatever it is. I want to see, and I want to see what the gear ratio is, because that's going to help me with camshaft selection and all that kind of stuff. We'll try to not damage this very cool cast aluminum rear end cover. Here it comes.
I can see it.
Look at how new that looks. That looks like brand new gear oil.
It might be.
How is that possible? Somebody might have changed it right before they yanked the motor.
Oh, that's so satisfying.
I mean, that is like brand new. Typically, it's black.
Oh.
And you also, I'm not even smelling it.
I don't smell anything.
What in the- I mean, it makes me think somebody has been messing with this thing some. Let's go ahead and take the cover off of it.
Ew.
Yeah, a little bit of sticky noises going on. All right, well, we're just hanging out underneath this thing, studying, and I'm pleased to see that it's got a legit posi unit in it. That's a good thing. Good for streetability, but what's not good for streetability is the gear ratio. I did my little math by counting the ring gear teeth and the pinion gear teeth and then dividing the two. And what it came out to is a 538 gear. So this thing is going to be a handful. And it's not going to be good for the street with that gear. I mean, we may end up changing it to something a little more feasible for the street. 411, maybe even a 456 would be fine. 538 is going to be radical. This thing's got leaf springs and a 4-link setup, and it is extremely heavy duty. That is thick steel, top and bottom. So I'm thinking about leaving the top links and then cutting the bottom links off. So that would actually allow me to preload the rear end a little bit so that the rear leaf springs don't wrap around, sort of like a homemade cow track bar, except on the top side of the housing instead of the bottom. Another thing that I see under here that's worth mentioning is this extremely thick. Like, this is thick, but this is at least twice as thick as these huge plates. And this is welded vertically on the frame rail, and I'm assuming that's a bump stop. All I can imagine is if they had some real big tires on the back of this thing, that they didn't want the tires getting into the quarter panels, so they welded these stops in here. And they welded it out of some crazy thick metal. Literally every piece of this right here is something somebody built or somebody made or somebody scavenged out of another car or out of a junkyard. All right.
Ow.
Ooh, that thing fits you pretty good.
I'm driving. I know how.
You know how to do it? All right. Good job. Hey, Freddie.
Get on in there, Freddie. Get on in there.
Get in the doghouse. There you go.
Good boy.
He's a natural.
He is awesome at this, and he's gone. He went away.
All right, this thing actually has a regular gas tank under it. It doesn't have a fuel cell, and it's still accessible through the original hole, which that's one of my favorite things. Like when somebody just drills a hole in something, like it would be common probably to drill a hole here, big old hole, and then put a fuel cell there. Well, I'm not doing that. I want to keep this as our entry point for fuel. And underneath, let's get underneath it. Take a look. Underneath this thing has a gas tank. Just a standard, I don't even know what it came out of. But we're gonna take it out and clean it and see if it's usable. It's got braided lines, or a braided line, and then I'm not sure what that is, but we're gonna figure that part out and go ahead and take this gas tank out of it. Strap number 1, strap number 2. These straps are welded to the back of the body, just in case you were wondering. Let me get my face out from under here. So we're hanging off of that filler neck. Okay, let's regroup.
Action.
That was lucky. Wasn't even very tight, so that's good. This is going to be a challenge because that right there is hard as a rock. It's rubber. It's just a rubber hose.
You could use this.
Wow, you are smart. How did you get so smart?
It was right in front of me.
I know, look at that. Ooh, I saw a spark. You see that?
No, and I don't really think I wanted to.
I did. I saw a spark.
Okay, can we not now?
Huh?
Now?
But this was your idea.
Well, I changed my mind.
Well, I mean, okay.
You could just tear it. Totally.
Yeah, let's see. Hey, all right.
I told you.
Oh, see, it's got a metal spiral wound piece of metal in it.
Yeah, you shouldn't have done that.
Now we know.
Never do that.
It'll be fine.
Ever again.
It'll be fine.
Don't do it ever again. This is a learning experience.
It'll be fine. Good thing I brought my wire cutters.
Why'd you bring your wire cutter?
I don't even know. I just did.
Ooh.
That's rusty holes in the top of the gas tank. Ah. That's disappointing. So, that's rust. See that? That's probably just about to bust through. Yep. Just made a hole with my finger.
All that work.
Well, I mean, it had to come out either way, and now we know. I was hopeful because the bottom side of it looked so good and so clean. All right, so Carly went to bed, but I decided to Google VDO fuel sending unit, and the very first thing that showed up was a shopping listing for J-Bugs, which is a Volkswagen parts supplier. And then I started Googling Volkswagen gas tanks, and I don't have it zeroed in just yet as far as what the year of Volkswagen gas tank this is, but it's some sort of Volkswagen Beetle, maybe a Carmen Ghia gas tank, and that gives me something to shoot for, something to research a little further, find something that gives us enough surface area for those 2 homemade straps to go around and secure it. It's got the right outlet here. All that looks good, so we should be able to get a tank and sending unit for pretty cheap. All right, so the biggest part of the plan on this Henry J has been the engine, and that's what's gotten me most excited about driving this thing. I mean, I want it to have a pretty rowdy setup in it. Tunnel ram is a must because the scoop, you gotta have something to fill up that gap. Everybody's gonna think I'm crazy on this, but my original plan was to take apart my perfectly fine 64 Corvette. It's got a hydraulic roller, aluminum heads on a 327, plenty of compression. It would have been great with the tunnel ram on it. It would have slid right in there, and I was planning on running a 4-speed, which this thing is not set up for a 4-speed. It'd be a big project. So And I had some things in mind for the Corvette too, that maybe someday, a long time from now, I'll end up doing. But anyways, all of that changed. As much fun as it would be to have this rowdy small block in there that would turn some good RPMs, I found a much more practical solution. I'll take a look at it here. So this is El Camino of the biggest variety, biggest El Camino they made, big old thing. And it's been sitting for a while, as you can see. You know, it's been like under a tree for quite a while. And this thing is a good donor vehicle. And the reason why is because this thing has a big block in it. So, big block Chevy. I have heard it run, but what I want to do is take this donor engine, stick a bigger cam in it, put a tunnel ram on it, do, you know, necessary valve train stuff to work with the cam and the tunnel ram, and then put this deal right over into the Henry J, because it used to have a big block in it. So even though my desire was to have a high revving radical small block and a 4-speed to actually be more accurate to the car, this is the proper setup. 454 automatic transmission. That's what this thing last ran in about 1977. That's when this thing was last on the road.
My buddy Kyle came over with his bore scope, and we looked down through the spark plug holes of this big block to see exactly what we're looking at here. And to my surprise, you could see clearly a part number on top of the piston, and that allowed me to Google it, and it shows that it's a 60 over piston, first of all, but it also shows that it has a small dome. So these are hypereutectic dome pistons. That brings us up to about 10-to-1 compression. I also had him use his camera to see the casting number because there was no stamping on the front of the block. So we looked up the casting number. It's a 286 block, which means this is a 454 built in 1990 or 1991. It's a short deck, and this is a great platform to build upon. These were often used for crate engines, and this one appears to be pretty freshly built.
I've been piddling with this thing while I can, just a few minutes at a time. So I have wired in a hot wire with a toggle switch. This toggle switch was inside the car, and it was operating these electric fans. I'm not going to be using the electric fans, so I unhooked it from in there so I didn't have to buy a toggle switch. Wired this in. This goes to the hot side over there on the distributor. We'll have a kill switch, even though it's out here. That's probably not the safest thing in the world to not have a kill switch on the inside of the car. But we're not going to drive this thing much. We're going to drive it down the road and make sure it shifts, make sure that the engine does okay once it gets a little temperature in it, make sure there's no noises, make sure oil pressure is good, all that kind of stuff. Because if I'm going to use this as a donor car, I want it to be worth it. I want it to be a good engine that isn't going to require a complete rebuild. And then I have wired up a push button. This was also inside the car. So I've got the battery hooked up, and let's see if this push button does anything first. It does. That makes me so happy.
I don't feel good about this at all.
It's gonna be good. I just need a little splash.
It's not going.
Oh, that's precision right there. I just need a little drink. Just, oh. Yeah. What? Good oil pressure, almost 60 pounds. It's not like anything's shaky or wild on this thing. Is going to be a hot rod. That was a good first drive. You got to admit. I mean, Yeah, it's gonna be good. All right, our first test drive was very successful, but the issue was I didn't feel the transmission shift at all. So I went to the store and got 2 quarts of transmission fluid. We'll see if that makes a difference. The thing ran good. Temperature didn't get up too crazy. Oil pressure stayed good. I'm pretty happy with the engine. I just need to know on that transmission before we go to taking this thing apart. Can't ask for much better than that. Good. See, it's not shifting when I put it in drive. Maybe it has a manual valve body. Yeah, you can see it's downshifting. Okay. Let's tell me a little bit. Now we're going to tip forward, just like that. Don't get your fingers in a spot so they don't get mashed. Pick up. Good job. Oh, it's heavy. Okay. Well, that was a lot less satisfying than I figured it would be.
Daddy! Daddy!
Overflowing.
Daddy, it looks like green smoothie.
A green smoothie? Yeah, it does.
You don't want to drink that.
No way. Ooh, look at that. You're almost as dirty as me. All right. Getting down to the last few header bolts on this thing. It had mostly header bolts. It had some Allen head bolts, and I have a problem with Allen head bolts. I just don't want to use Allen head bolts where a hex head should be.
I think Alan Jackson had this car.
Alan Jackson, yeah. He probably drove it down to Chattahoochee.
Yeah.
Well, these are aluminum and very, very thin. And I don't know why they're sharper than anything in our house, but they are.
Nice.
If a wrench slips, too bad.
Smash my finger.
Daddy. Okay.
Hands dirty. Use one hand to kind of guide it, one hand to work the wrench. See that? We're learning. It's fine.
Daddy.
It's dirty. Being serpentine belt, I'm assuming that it's late 80s, early 90s. Big block, like off of a truck.
I mean, this is a truck, technically.
It is a truck. Yes, you're right about that.
Sort
I
of.
was thinking more along the lines of like a dually.
It's a car and a truck.
It's a car and a truck, yes. So my plan here was this power steering.
Something dripping.
Yeah, that's just antifreeze.
Oh, okay.
Whoa.
Anyways.
There's the neighbors.
Yeah, plan
Here
here.
comes the little screwdriver.
Okay.
He's mad.
The rooster, funny.
Funny rooster. My plan.
I heard the rooster again.
I know.
Why does the rooster keep saying that?
It's just saying hello to all the people who are watching this. It's nice that they made these engine bays so big that you can just get in there with it.
I can ever get.
It's handy. Yeah, go ahead and jack some more.
It's like it keeps going.
Okay,
forward.
all right. Let's stop right there. And we're gonna have to get under the car and jack the back of the transmission up to get past the transmission mount.
Yay!
Isaac's like having the time of his life.
Oh, Tear up the car.
That's enough.
That's enough. Yeah, the motor's out.
I like it.
You like it?
I like the motor out.
This is what we've
Feels
been
good.
working on for 5 hours.
All right, it was a little bit of a frustrating day getting the motor out of this El Camino. I'm sure it was frustrating for whoever put the motor in it. Even though this is a big old car, there's still just tight on room for headers and wiring and all that kind of stuff. Anyways, we got the motor out of it. Everything looks good. We got it stripped down to pretty much what it's going to be when we put it in the car. We are going to change the intake and distributor and stuff like that, but this will at least get us to the point where we can slide it into the Henry J. The Henry J came with a motor plate, which I was really excited about. I felt like that was a big bonus. This is the motor plate that came with it. It's super heavy steel, and I went to fit it up on there just to see if it fits. It doesn't fit. These bolt holes don't line up with the engine. I don't know if maybe this is for a small block. I don't really know, but it doesn't fit. But we're still going to slide the motor in there for safekeeping anyways. And we'll just have to do a little drilling, a little bit of cutting, a little bit of stuff to make that motor plate fit.
Some zhuzh-ing.
A little bit of that. It's going to be the hardest thing in the world to make it, to get it there. Cherry picker don't roll real good.
Poor cherry picker.
But we're going to try our best. We're going to try to at least get it indoors. It's supposed to rain tomorrow. I could just set this on an engine stand and start working on it that way, but we got an engine stand. It's just in the shape of a 1951 Henry J. So let's give it a shot. Let's try to get it in there. Pure strength.
Daddy, calm down. You just went. Whee!
There's a little bit of rage coming out there, I think. No big deal.
You sure about that?
Ask me tomorrow.
Oh dear.
That'll be when my back starts hurting. 600 more pumps. Be fine.
Would you like me to pump it?
Nope, I'm good. It's a good cool down from
A cool down.
yeah.
Okay.
You know what I'm seeing now?
What?
Jack stands. Right square in our way. Now we're ready. Just had to completely redo everything that we've all set up previously. It's fine. No big deal. Look how smooth that rolls though. We got good action though. I mean, we almost have a motor in this thing.
You got it.
Get on in there.
Come on, buddy.
See how easy this is? Just goes right in.
Right.
I mean, what else? What else you gotta do? Let it down, push it in, let it down, push it in. Till it's in.
Turn into Rage Monster.
I'm wondering why this thing doesn't roll anymore. I'm not mad about it though.
You sure?
It's fine.
Okay.
I'll just work all night.
Yeah, at some point I would be like, I can't anymore. Bye-bye.
Hey now.
Oh, goodness.
Okay. Yep.
Oh,
What just happened?
you filled with rage.
Yes. Man, this thing, it's crazy. It still needs to go back a foot. I feel like the motor's gotten more and more crooked as we've worked here.
Yeah, maybe.
It's not looking real good. I think what I'm gonna have to do is put a jack under the transmission to get the thing to sit right, and then roll the whole deal. It's looking a lot better.
Yeah.
Jack the back end of the transmission up. That got the thing kind of squared away here.
Why is there so much space?
Huh? Because the motor's set back. Race car. Motor's looking pretty good in there. Look at it. See?
We're
See
seeing
Do
it.
you see it?
We're seeing it.
Just look at it though.
We are.
The
We
motor's
have been.
in. The motor's in. I mean, it's loosely in. It's gonna have to just hang like that. The distributor's too big. It's already bumping up against the firewall, and we're not even back far enough to bolt the thing in. So it'll have to sit like this for a little bit until we get our motor plate modified. Like best case scenario, that's what you always think about.
Not really.
Huh?
Not really.
You don't think about the best case scenario?
No, I think of the worst case scenario.
Well, that's unfortunate. Anyways, my best case scenario was that it just went right in there, just like it did, except we'd be able to actually bolt the engine in. That didn't go exactly as planned, but the engine's in it. We got parts coming. Parts are on the way for this thing. Plan for this is tunnel ram, 2 4s, velocity stacks. Gonna have a lot of action on the top end. Gonna get some gold Moroso valve covers. This engine set back too far to do fender well headers. So it's gonna have undercar headers. Gonna have to put a small body distributor on it. That big HEI is just not gonna work. It's not gonna work with the tunnel ram, and even if we didn't have a tunnel ram, it still wouldn't work. But yeah, this is a good starting point. Having it in the car, even if it's not bolted in, just having it there, that allows us to kind of plan and measure and really get a better idea of what our next steps are. All right, so I was hopeful that this engine plate was just gonna bolt right in to the Henry J because it came with the Henry J. It's got holes drilled to bolt right in, and it will bolt into the Henry J, but it will not bolt up to the big block. This is drilled for a small block. Big block is a little bit bigger. So my plan is to continue using this plate because it's cool and it's old and it's enormously thick and heavy duty. But I'm gonna have to cut, I'm gonna have to trim it sort of like that and then drill some new holes for the big block. So to get started on that, I'm going to trace this out on cardboard, basically have an exact replica of this piece, and then see what I have to trim in order for it to fit on the engine. See how precise that was?
We should just use this as our...
That's a good idea. Instead of doing all this metal stuff.
We can just cut it a little bit shorter. Wider.
Oops.
Daddy.
Oh, come on.
How dare you? Very nice.
I mean, that was pretty good there.
Yeah.
I gotta say, this fluid motion was really the best. Being overly careful and overly slow, where you start messing up. Fit it up to the engine and then whittle a little bit at a time.
Whittle.
Yeah, whittle.
Whittle.
Whittle a little.
Whittle is a fun word.
Yeah, it is. Okay.
Who came up with that word? Benjamin Franklin.
Probably.
There it goes.
Well, we got some action there.
Yay!
Let's get it action. Arts and crafts project.
Yeah.
Fits up under the, kind of in between the harmonic balancer and the block. And as it is right now, it's tight.
Boom. We could just use that. I mean,
Yeah,
is that not
let's drill some
perfect?
holes.
Okay.
Yeah, easy.
And this is the end. We're done.
End of this video, yes.
We're done.
Bye. See you next
See you
time.
later.
And, oh, let's talk about this. The engine's just sitting there. I don't have it centered. There's nothing scientific about this. So let's consider that in what I'm doing right now. So you see right here, it's actually really close to that bolt hole that we're going to be using, which is full of something. And this side has a bunch of meat on it. So as of right now, that's telling me that the engine's not quite centered. But fun fact, it can't go over any further this way because of all this. So
Stuff. Things.
we'll figure it out. I'm not gonna get real crazy precise on this. I mean, this is pretty rough measurements, but that looks like right on 26. So that means that our crank center line right here should be 13. And right now it looks like we're 13 1/4. So it's actually pretty close. My plan is to cut this from that area right there, right up there. And then we'll see how that fits. These are Mama's kitchen scissors that we accidentally used one day and then never returned. So it won't hurt anything to use them. The damage is already done. Okay. I'm going to do the same thing on this side. I'm basically cutting that curve out.
Circles are hard.
Circles are very hard. They're hard with scissors, but they're even more hard when you're cutting a piece of metal. So I'm going to make this as gentle of a bend as I can. Hopefully prevent any major nonsense while I'm trying to cut it. Oh, look at that. That is nice.
Beautiful.
That is really like
Perfect.
perfection. Okay.
Like the curve.
I mean, the curvature is...
They're identical.
matched perfectly. I'm so proud of that. I mean...
And you were just kind of guessing. You were
I
just
was like I freehanded it. Okay. I bet you I won't be able to do it again. I mean,
that was pretty
that
close.
ain't bad. I gotta go up a little with my cut.
Yeah.
Man,
So close.
a lot of people would just put a metal or an aluminum engine plate in it. I figured since this came with the car, it obviously has some historical significance to it. So we're gonna use it. Since we can't just guess at these bolt holes, I'm gonna try a little trick here with some paint. What this should do is when we press our cardboard up against it,
Good idea.
it should leave an impression of the paint, and then the part where there is no paint is where we drill.
Good job, Daddy.
If this works, I get a gold star. Sort of worked.
I mean, you can see where it should be,
That wasn't as glorious as I hoped.
but you still get a gold. I say you still get a gold star.
Okay,
Very circular.
thanks. That's kind of what I was aiming for. Now this one I'm just kind of guessing at here. Let's see what we got.
Let's see.
Let's see our alignment.
Alignment. Okay,
Okay,
I'll
here we
put
go.
the...
This.
No!
It's
No!
going in there. Yeah, it is. It's going. It's good.
Never mind.
Good.
It's good.
Good. And sort of good. Let's see if I can get a dot to go through the there.
You don't know until you reveal.
That's in a tough spot next to that hole that's already there. And this one's in a tough spot next to that hole that's already there. So I have a plan. So these bolt hole locations are not ideal, like right up next to that, right up next to that. But what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go ahead and cut this first. I'm gonna cut my clearance around the timing chain cover. I'm gonna cut that first, then I can fit it up to the frame with these bolt holes. And they're a little big, kind of wallered out. They're big on the car too. So that can give us a little bit of up and down. And then I can officially figure out where to drill once this is bolted to the car. Got it. Now that is the roughest cut I've ever made in my whole life. But I'll dress it up a little bit with a grinder. It's not the prettiest thing I've ever done, but I'll test fit it and then I'll dress it up more later if needed. Looks pretty good. Not too bad. Let's stick a bolt in it. Let's go with this. that. Now that we've cut it, we've got a lot of up and down leeway here. See how much that moves? So that'll help us on some of these where the bolt hole is in a weird spot. All right, so we've marked our holes, and this is nerve-wracking. This is like, you can't go back once you drill holes. You can't undrill the holes. Okay, you could weld the holes up and then re-drill them. We're not doing that. We're getting our one shot right here. So we've marked, we've taken a punch, and we've dimpled, and now we're drilling. And just so any of the haters out there in the comments section, I intentionally put the punch at the top of the hole because of an error in judgment. So it'll be fine. It'll be uniform at least. Even if all 4 holes are wrong, they'll all be wrong. Let's do it. Isn't it crazy how you can see that drill bit like bending?
Oh.
This is why I tell you and the other kids to not walk out here barefooted. Because that right there would get in your foot. You'd have a bad day. Hey. Quit that. Quit it. We could probably go set it up on the car.
Make sure that we didn't
And make sure that
completely.
the holes are, yeah, let's do that.
That's probably a good idea.
After some pretty serious whittling, we got the engine completely mounted to the car. You can see our cuts, our drilled holes. We've got big 7/16 bolts on the front of this thing. That motor's not going nowhere. I do have one more cut I'm gonna make right here where I've got this marked, and that's gonna allow me to run a mechanical fuel pump, which is my favorite. I don't want to run anything electronic on this car that I don't have to. I don't want electric fans. I don't want electric fuel pump. Electronic ignition, I'm okay with. But everything else, I'm not going to have anything electric. So I am going to whittle a little bit more, and then I'll dress this up and I'll paint this. Motor will come back out, and we'll start adding some stuff to it. Okay, unbox this thing. This car, when we bought it, it came with this extremely heavy cross member. It's very flat.
They like to
You all right there?
staple this- They like to staple this like really.
You're just gonna have to rip it. Just rip it. Yeah, just
Rip it this way.
yes. Power.
Ow.
This is gonna be a long video.
Yeah, I know. You're gonna have to like speed this up. Anyway.
Anyway, and we're still working on it here.
Oh, there it goes. There it goes.
Oh boy.
Here we go.
There we go.
There we go.
All right, pull this thing out of here. We got a bag of hardware, which is handy, grade 8 hardware. And then these two things are the stobs that bolt to the frame, and they slide over the center section. This is a universal fit. Oh, we got instructions. That's handy. This is a, oh, even better. Okay, cool. Well, that's some pretty cool looking handlebars you got there for your dirt bike. Is that what you're gonna be doing? They're very beefy.
Yes.
Okay, so notice here the 6-inch drop. The more universal of these, the more common is a 3-inch drop. But the way this thing is set up, we need that 6 inches. And we got this from Summit Racing. They sell all sorts of different cross members, whether you need a tubular one like this or something that's model specific. But this is universal. It'll get us close enough. We'll drill some holes, bolt it in, and then what we'll do is weld the tubes. So the little stobs that mount to the frame, we'll slide those things on and then put us a weld around it so that hopefully it won't go anywhere. So we're gonna bolt this up to the transmission and then bolt the cross member to the transmission mount, and then we'll see where this comes out on our frame rail. Hopefully it'll be somewhat centered on the inner part of the frame rail. Have yet to figure that out. And then we'll set this up, mock it up, drill our holes, and then once it's all established, bolted in, we'll take it all back apart after marking our tubes, and then weld everything back up, put it back in the car. Okay, moment of truth. Okay. That's not bad. That's not too bad. I was afraid the 6-inch drop would be too much. And it is kind of on the borderline of too much, but it's not bad. We can actually lower the transmission a little more. I think we can afford to go a little lower with it. All right, slide this one on. Okay, yes, just like that. A little more. Give me a little more there. Come on. There we go. Okay. So, there it is, mocked up. No, I'm trapped again.
You okay? You good now?
Okay, I think we can mark some holes, start drilling. Yeah, that's some good metal in that frame. I've drilled and I've drilled and I've drilled, and I think I've got some action here. So what I did was I drilled a 3/8 hole on the inside of the frame rail, and then I drilled a big old hole on the outside of the frame rail, the size of this socket. See? See there? Oh, wait a minute. Wait for it. Ha. Got it. I got it. Yeah, we're ready to make some marks and take it back apart. All right, so while the engine was still in the El Camino, I actually did a little sneak peek under the valve cover, just because I wanted to make sure that this thing wasn't just completely junk. And I pulled one valve cover off. It was actually this other side. We're gonna pull this one off and take a look at what we got here. You can already tell. Look at how nice and clean it is in this cylinder head. So we got super lucky on this thing. I mean, it is fresh. It's got roller tip rockers on it. Those are comp cams, 1.72 ratio. I mean, it looks like brand new. It's got some big old push rods in it. Looks like aftermarket guide plates. I can't tell about the springs, but they look like they've been, I mean, that's definitely been worked on. So this thing, I don't know what the camshaft is in this motor. I don't know anything about it. We'll find out more as we take it apart. But just seeing this right here, this gives me a lot of hope that there's some pretty good stuff in the bottom end of this thing. So real good stuff here. We're going to continue taking it apart, but I wanted to just take a look in here, make sure there's nothing out of the ordinary as far as the valves. The rocker arms seem to all be pretty happy. I'm not seeing anything crazy here. And I'm probably going to hang on to these roller tip rockers, because you get the advantage of the roller tip without the annoyance of the poly locks and all that kind of stuff. So that's a pretty good piece. I'm pretty happy with that. We'll keep tearing this thing down. I'm hoping to see some more cleanliness in the lifter valley. This gives me some great hope that this is a fresh, brand new motor, that there's nothing wrong with it. I know it had good oil pressure. I know it sounded good, but I would have never expected to see that nice of stuff. There we go. Okay. All right, here's a little closer look in the lifter valley. You can see it's got a flat tappet camshaft in it now, and we're actually going to be upgrading this thing to a hydraulic roller from Comp Cams. It's a very similar camshaft to what I've got in the Corvette. I've been really, really happy with it. It's performed well, it sounds good, and I think it's going to work pretty well. And by the way, the cylinder heads on this thing, if we can get back here, look at the numbers, there it is. That one says 049. So we'll do a little Googling and see what an 049 cylinder head is. But for the most part, we know that these are more than likely like a mid-70s type cylinder head, nothing real crazy, but we'll run those numbers real quick and come back. I already looked underneath while it was in the El Camino, but while we're here,
I don't know why we wouldn't go ahead and take a look. Okay, similar results on this side. Looks like absolute brand new. Everything looks pretty good. Maybe a little loose on a couple of these, but not bad. Not bad at all. Not bad for a donor vehicle. No, you don't normally get this lucky where you find a donor vehicle that's got a pretty killer big block already set up and ready to go. Let's get a closer look here. Okay, so notice anything strange here? This is a different cylinder head than that one. I'm back from Google. So we've got a 049 cylinder head on this side, a 781 on that side. And according to the listings for these part numbers, they're very similar. So they're both oval port, obviously, we can see that. The valve sizes are the same. I believe these are 207, 172 valves. And then we've got the combustion chambers are a little different. On the 049, that's a 122cc chamber. On the 781, that's a 118cc chamber. Not sure how much difference that's really gonna make, but that's pretty much the only differences there. Intake and exhaust port volumes are very, very similar. We gotta pull the motor back out. We're gonna pressure wash the motor, get some of the grease and oil off of it. We're gonna paint it. Beautiful. And then I guess we're gonna zip the rest of this off. We're gonna take the harmonic balancer off, the timing chain cover off, pull the cam out of it, pull all the valve train off of it, and start putting back with some new parts. All right, let's pull this transmission off of here. I'm not planning on making any big changes, or hopefully no big repairs, but I do want to take this off so we can get this engine up on the engine stand. There we go. So I bought this car in March of 2024, and the very first thing I did before I did any research was a video. I did a walk around video showing the car. It wasn't anything super in depth because I didn't know the real history behind it. So when that video came out, the internet started talking, word traveled pretty quick, and I got a couple of good leads. As early as we know on this car, the earliest actual date we know is 1967. That's when this car was first on the drag strip. And before that, according to Gary Shaw, this car was on a road trip. It was just a regular everyday car. Most of these things didn't last very long because they were just cheap economy cars. But this car was being driven cross country, and it broke down in the Erwin, Tennessee area. And it sat at like a service station. As it sat there, I don't know if the owners bought another car. I don't know that part of the story, how they got to whatever their destination was. I don't even know. They might have just moved in Erwin. Who knows? But the car sat for a little while at this service station, and eventually a guy by the name of Fred White bought the car. Now, Fred was pretty young at the time, and he was into cars, but this was really his first big effort into a purpose-built race car. Now, you might recognize the name Fred White because he owns and operates a business in the Bristol, Tennessee area called White Performance. And he's an engine builder, machinist, engineer. I mean, he's a very educated guy, smart guy, and he's applied a lot of what he learned from this car into his career and into lots of other racing programs through the years. And he's had lots of other race cars. Probably the most famous of those race cars was a white C2 Corvette. Stick shift car, made lots of RPMs, lots of noise, and it was a very good performer. From 1965 to 1970, he was in college, but he was also building this car. He was working on this car, he was refining it, learning as he went. And the very first setup that he had in this car was actually a Ford engine. He had a 406 FE-based Ford, so that's like early 60s Ford big block. And he ran it like that for a little while, but ultimately blew that engine up while he was racing in Beckley, West Virginia. So from that point, Larry McGee gave him a 327 Chevrolet block, and he built it from there. He did all the old school tricks on it. It had big compression. He put a crane cam in there. He put the best cylinder heads he could put on it, and he put Hilburn mechanical fuel injection on it. So it was a nice piece. He had a 4-speed manual transmission behind it, and he put an Oldsmobile rear end back here in place of the original rear end.
And up front, he got rid of all the original front suspension, basically rebuilt the whole front half with a straight axle. And this is a Willis straight axle. So Willis from the 30s and early 40s had 4-lug hubs. So he didn't want to do that. He got rid of the 4-lug hubs and put Henry J hubs and brakes on that Willis axle. So there was a lot of engineering going on just right there. You know, right off the bat, he's having to figure these things out because there was no instruction manual for this. There was no Googling it to try to figure it out. He had to figure it all out the hard way. And he put this thing all together, and he admits that through all the years, all the different race cars he had, that this was the most consistent car he had. This car won him a lot of money. He raced it all over the place. He raced at Rogersville, one of his local home tracks, and won for like 2 years straight. They had a bounty on him. They wanted somebody to come in and beat him, you know, so that they could switch it up a little bit. But at that time, he was running in C-gas. The 327 cubic inches and the weight of the car worked out to be in C-gas, and it was a good combination. So he kept refining that combination, you know, race after race, year after year. The car kept getting better and better. And during this time, he also painted it. So you'll see in some of these pictures that the car, it kind of looks orange in these pictures, but it was actually a bright red. And you'll see on the front end, it's got crane cams lettered on the fenders. You'll see a little starburst on the quarter with 327 injected on there. And then on the doors, it says Mighty Tiny. And he actually got that name from a chain tightener, you know, like to boom something down when you're strapping it down. There was one of those made years and years ago that was called Mighty Tiny. And he thought, hey, that'd be a good name for this old race car. So he had that lettered on the doors, and you can see in some of these pictures that at this time, this car was refined pretty well. You can see he's cut out the fender wells on the back. It's got pretty good size slick on there, but not anything crazy. It's got Krager SS wheels on the back. Looks like maybe a chrome stamped steel slotted mag on the front. One of the things he changed during all that time was he changed the 4-speed out for a clutch flight. So that's a Mopar transmission, a Chrysler transmission that starts as a torque flight. You cut the front end of it off and you put a clutch. So you get the advantage of leaving the line with a lot of RPM. This is before stall converters were a thing. You leave the line with a lot of RPM from the clutch, and then it's an automatic from that point on. So it was a great combo back in the day. And we'll see in this newspaper clipping, this is from May of 1970. And you'll see him listed in a list of heavy hitters that were coming to Knoxville Dragway. Now, this is not the Knoxville Dragway that you know today. This was 411 Dragway in Seymour, Tennessee. They renamed it Knoxville Dragway for a very short amount of time. So you'll see that it's listed there, Fred White, Irwin, Tennessee, driving a altered Chevy-powered Henry J. It's going to run 1090s. So this thing was a potent combination. If you're getting listed in the newspaper article, that's a pretty big accomplishment. So you'll see in these pictures some of the details. You know, they're not the best pictures in the world, but it does give us an idea of some of the details on this car. You can see that it had a fiberglass front end, and it had a little hood scoop on that front end. And you can also barely see it, but you can see that he's gotten rid of the original dash and put a sheet metal dash in there. You can see some other details like the bottoms of the front end. You can see the bottom of that fiberglass front end is just cut off. It's kind of just sprattled out. You'll see on the back he's got a round tube bumper, which was extremely common, and then you'll see it's got wheelie bars on it because this car was known for raring up. So he got all that stuff tamed down. He got this car really sorted out before he ultimately ended up taking it apart, because that's what drag racers do. They got a good winning combination and they want to do something better. So he ended up taking the motor and transmission out of this car, and he went on to build several other cars through the years. But he ended up selling the rolling chassis to a friend of his, Leslie Whitehead. He sold it for $500, and Leslie actually paid him payments. This is according to Gary Shaw. And by the time he got it paid for, he realized, you know, he probably wasn't going to be able to make something out of it. So he ended up selling the roller to Gary Shaw. So Gary bought this thing, $500 again, bought it as a roller, and this was around 1972. So the car had kind of run its course with Fred White, but it still had potential. You know, they were still dealing with a race-winning combination. Even though the engine and transmission was gone, they could very easily replicate that and put this thing back on the track. So Gary wanted to do that. He wanted to put this thing back together, and he admitted to me that his dad and his wife didn't exactly get excited about him having a drag car. So this thing ended up sitting. Gary ends up selling the car to Bob Treadway. This was about 1973. So Bob takes this car and runs with it. He's got a big plan, and he completely redoes the car. So he did keep the front suspension and the axle pretty much the same, but he did get rid of the old rear end. He put a 12-bolt rear end out of a 66 Nova. Now that's an extremely rare combination. 66 Novas didn't really come with 12-bolt rear ends very often unless it was an L79 car, and that would be a very high dollar rear end today. But back then, all he was looking for was a narrow rear end that was strong and that would fit underneath the back of this narrow car. Interesting detail, he didn't want to drag race it. He wanted to build it for the street. So he changed it a lot. And he changed the engine setback. He put a big block Chevrolet in there instead of the small block Chevy. It was a 454 based engine that was 60 over, making it 468. He put the best heads he could find. He put a big cam in there. It was actually an NOS ZL1 cam. So pretty rowdy cam even as a factory produced cam. He put that in there, tunnel ram, 2 Holleys, headers. He set this car up to be a really radical street car. Big compression. I mean, this thing was rowdy. And behind it, he put a turbo 400 transmission, and again, that 12-bolt rear end. And as I found out, it's got 538 gears. So he was ready for action on the street with this car. But he did have a set of like 32-inch tall tires on it, so that offsets that crazy gear ratio. So here are some nitty-gritty details that I took into consideration when I was documenting this car. And these pictures that I got from Tracy Hicks are the absolute best as far as pointing out those details and matching it up with what I've got now. So the first thing that stuck out to me was the padded part on the cowl. Of course, I've mentioned that before, but what you can also see in some of these pictures is the decal placement. The Moroso decal up under the scoop, the B&M decal up above the master cylinder, and then of course that master cylinder is the same Hurst Earhart master cylinder that was on this car. So, there's some really good things we can match up here, and one of the most distinct is the steering setup. So this car has a steering box sitting up on top of the frame rail, which is unique in itself, but then off to the side is a custom machined aluminum pitman arm. And that piece is accompanied with some stainless arms that is one of a kind. There's not another one like it. Now in the picture of this thing with the front end down, you'll notice that Bob added to the bottom of that front end. What you'll also see is that the body line does not match the door, at least on the driver's side. I noticed on the passenger side it's a little closer match, but when I first got this car I noticed that that body line was a little bit off. Other details you'll see in this picture is the location of the roll bar. You'll see that it's back further than it normally would be. A lot of times it's lined up directly with the B-pillar. In this case, it's scooted back because the driver position is scooted back. And you'll see the padding around it, all that is matching up with what we see on the car today. You'll also get a little glimpse of that red metal flake steering wheel, which is still in place. The Bob Treadway setup had a killer tire and wheel combination on it. It had a pair of 15x4 Krager SS wheels on the front with some Mohawk Meteor bias-ply tires on there. And then out back, it looks like some 15x12-inch Krager SS wheels with some giant M&H slicks, probably 14 inches wide, 32 inches tall if I had to guess. Giant slicks really adding to the radical look of this car. Another thing Bob did before he painted this car is he redressed the wheel openings on the back. So it wasn't necessarily rough. You've seen some of the rough old gassers where the wheel wells are just hacked out. Fred had done a real nice clean job out of it, but Bob went back and added a little flared edge around it. Not only did he do all that, he straightened the car up. After years on the drag strip, the car probably had a little bit of wear and tear. He got rid of all the lettering and he painted this car in AMC Matador Red. So that's code P39. He knew all this stuff. When I talked to Bob Treadway, he was a wealth of knowledge on what he did to this car. It was like he just did it a couple months ago. He had all this stuff, just rattled it all off, and it was a wonderful experience to talk to him because he had emotional connection with this car too. So 73 is when he got it. He built it, through the mid 70s, got the car on the road. He never drag raced it. He took it around on the street. I'm pretty sure that he probably got a little rowdy on the street with it. And he even took it to the Rod Run in Gatlinburg, Tennessee. He had this car for a few years. He put a lot of work into it. And the coolest thing to me is that he had some pictures taken of it. And that's what allowed us to identify this car, whereas those pictures told the whole story. So he had a friend that happened to be a girl that was going to college. She was going to be a photographer, and she had some good equipment and she had some skill. Obviously, when you see these pictures, this is not something an amateur would take. These pictures are taken during good lighting. The background is cool. There's no bunch of weird reflections in the car. I mean, you really get a sense of how slick this car was. You get a sense of the stance. You get it all from these pictures. It was acrylic lacquer paint that he had hand rubbed. I mean, it was slick. It was a show car. Bob also put a different set of wheelie bars on it when he put the 12-bolt rear end. He put wheelie bars on it. He built the 4-link. He told me all those things. He did all of that. And you'll see another one of those distinct details when you see that scoop that kind of breaks into the windshield area. So unfortunately, around 1977, Bob goes through a divorce, and this car has to get split up. Engine and transmission get sold, and then ultimately he sold the rolling chassis. And I did find a classifieds ad that says, mighty tiny ex-gasser, freshly built, it's this car. It's obvious that it's this car. And the asking price is $2,800 for a rolling chassis, which was a lot of money for 1977. But this was a fresh car. It had just been painted. It was, real nice and slick. So I don't know a whole lot about the middle ground of this car's history. Like from 1977 when it got sold to now, I don't know a whole lot about it. I don't even know the people's names that had the car before me. So essentially I bought it from Sam Daffron, who bought it from the people who had had this car for years. This car sat on the side of the highway, sort of in between Knoxville and Strawberry Plains. You could see it from the highway for a few years. Mike Davis told me he would stop in there and check on it. He tried to buy it a few times. I don't think that this car was driven after 1977. I don't have any evidence that this car was driven after that. So through finding all the history and all the things that have fallen into place on this car, I was really excited to start working on it. So I brought this car home in October, put it right outside of my back door so that I see it every single day. I got to walk past it every day. And I had a plan to build this car over the winter. I wanted to build it, and I wanted to race my buddy Josh in his funny Fairmont. I thought that would just be the coolest heads-up drag race, is a wild and crazy Fairmont and this wild and crazy Henry J. And I had plans to just bear down and get this thing done. I had made accommodations. I'd pushed other projects to the side. I made a vow that I'm not going to buy any other cars until I get this thing back on the road. Basically a month in to getting this thing here, taking it apart, start making parts lists and measurements and getting some things together, we had an unexpected situation in our household. And my wife has had some health issues through the years. She has lupus, Sjogren's syndrome, a couple other things that are going on in the background at all times. But she's had a pretty good run, and we've got 3 kids. Things are stressful. You feel tired, and she was feeling more than just tired. She was fatigued. And we were looking for answers. Her blood work was all out of whack. She was short of breath. Her heart rate was crazy. There was so many things all going on at once that it was hard for any of the doctors to pinpoint what was the root cause of it. We end up in the emergency room, countless doctor's appointments with different specialists. There was a scare of cancer because of what was going on in her lungs and her lymph nodes. There was a lot of things going on during the months of, especially December and January, which was going to be that was when I was going to be really nailing this thing down. And I don't want this to sound like an excuse that this build's taking me longer because my wife got sick. I don't want it to place blame on her. That's the last thing in the world that I want to do by telling you this. But I feel compelled to tell you because it changed me. So in January, this was towards the end of January, so by this point we're a couple months in to this health journey We're trying to figure things out. And I'm obsessing over it. I obsess over things. That's what I do. I obsess over old car history. And when one of my family members is sick, I usually obsess over it. So in this case, I'm Googling stuff. I'm trying to figure it out. I'm trying to, much like trying to figure out the history of the car, I'm trying to triangulate, trying to find something that all lines up together so that I can figure it out. I'm not a doctor. I'm not educated in that way, but that's how my mind works. So we're trying to figure out some answers so that we can figure out some solutions. And we go to the doctor. This was late in January, and I had just started going to the doctor with her because I was so desperate for answers. I was trying to help her. If we had questions, I wanted to be able to ask them. I wanted to be assertive about it and get to the bottom of this. So she and I went to a doctor late January. The kids went with my mom, and we didn't necessarily get the answers we wanted that day. But we got some answers as far as like a treatment plan, medicine, things like that, that would hopefully help her get back going. But that night, she was going to bed early, and the kids are at my mom's house. I decided I was going to come out here and work on this car. By that point, I had set the motor in just as a mock-up. I had gotten a transmission cross member from Summit Racing, and I was mocking that up and going to install it in the car that night. I had a plan that I was going to do that. So I got everything ready, and I roll up under this car on the creeper, and I just had this sudden urge to just stop. And I put my tools down, and I laid there on that creeper. And in previous months, I'd been listening to a good friend of mine, Bobby Joe Hancock. He's a preacher at the Bridge Church in Rogersville, Tennessee. Rogersville is where this car used to race, by the way, so I thought that was neat. But I've been listening to some of his messages, and he would talk about getting in your prayer closet. And what he means by that is get somewhere where you have no distractions. You don't have the TV going or your phone going or kids going or nothing. You just quiet. And what I realized in that moment as I laid down under this car, that it was quiet. It was real quiet. And I'm not talking about just ambient noise. I'm talking about my mind was quiet. And in that quiet moment, the urge was to just stop what I'm doing and pray. Because here I am. This is my chance. This is the quiet moment that I've been looking for months. And so I prayed, and the prayer wasn't necessarily, please heal my wife, because I'd prayed that thousands of times in the last few months. It wasn't necessarily that. It was more of just a prayer of peace and a prayer of gratitude that, we've made it this far, that there's a lot worse things that people are going through. And having some gratitude for that was important during that time. And when I finished praying, I had this overwhelming sense of peace. I just felt like I had to tell somebody. And I did. I posted on Facebook about it on my personal account. And I just kept feeling like that's not enough. That's not enough. More people need to know this experience that I had, that I could go from just completely riddled with anxiety and fear and, just so many feelings that I couldn't even get a good, consistent, solid prayer out. Like it couldn't even come to me. But that night, laying under this car, it did. And I came away from that with this peace and with this feeling of hope and this feeling that I needed to let go of that. It didn't mean that I was going to quit worrying about her. It didn't mean that she was going to be healed. It meant that I was going to let go of the obsession. And that's exactly what happened. That night, it changed me. There's a lot of things that people go through. You might be going through something in your life that you can't handle. You can't fix it. And the only person who can, in some cases, is God. And to me that night, praying that prayer and feeling those feelings, it changed my walk with God. It gave me confidence. It gave me a feeling of hope that was real. And it wasn't that she was just going to be healed instantly. It was that I was going to trust God to handle it. And it's been a few months since that happened. Obviously, we're in the dead of summer now, and my wife's health has improved. It's not completely 100%, but it has improved. So I wanted to share that with you because this old car means a lot to me, but my family means way more. Because of the way all this played out, it gave me a story, it gave me a testimony, and I felt very compelled to tell you. And you know, it's my hope that this video gets millions of views. And not for my own benefit, but for, you know, honoring God and obeying God. I obeyed Him by telling you this. I could have just kept it to myself and got my own benefit out of it. But my hope is that somebody out there sees this and hears this, that it resonates with. And part of the reason I wanted to do this as well is that I went and talked with Bob Treadway, and you know, as I'm trying to figure out the history of this car, I went to his shop and I talked to him, and he was absolutely fearless in speaking about God and spreading the gospel. And that taught me a lot of what I've not been doing. You know, I've tried real hard my whole life to live right. I've been a Christian for basically my whole life. You know, I got saved when I was real young, and I've tried real hard. I had great examples in my parents. I tried real hard to live right. But what I hadn't been doing was spreading the gospel and serving God. So I have a great audience here. You know, you guys watch, you guys enjoy what I do, and I wanted to share that with you, share my testimony, and just ask you to keep praying for us. You know, the health issues are not over. This journey just keeps on going. So our next steps are going to be taking all these things off. There's a bunch of them.
I'm going to count them.
Count them.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
Good job. Now we got 8 more over here. So 16 of these things, they got to come off. The push rod's got to come out. Harmonic balancer's got to come off. We got a little bit of work to do. You want to help me? Yeah. Okay. I'm going to try to get this bolt loose, and it's real tight, and if you try to, watch what happens when you try to loosen it, it spins the whole motor over. We don't want to do that.
No.
So
All the water.
we'll take a hammer and try to knock it loose.
Boing.
Just like that. Pulling the balancer off this thing was a huge headache. It was really, really tight. And I just know that going back together with this thing, this is going to be a challenge. All right, so I've got all the rocker arm nuts off. So what I need you to do is take these rocker arms off. See that? Comes right off just like that. Pull these off, put them in this red bucket. Carefully. There you go. Now carefully put it in the bucket. Good job. Next one. Okay. Good job. Oh, that one almost came with it.
And you do those side, that side.
Nah, you can do that side too.
Okay. Get out of there. Get out of there, dude.
You almost had it. Let's see what we got. Oh, you got it. Good job.
2 more.
2 more on this side. How many did you say? Whoa! It came out. Go ahead and pull it out of there. Put it in the bucket.
That's so long.
Yeah, and some long push rods.
What?
Oh, that one almost did too. Okay. Pull the push rods out. They're a little bit slick. There you go. Stick it in the bucket. We need a bigger bucket, don't we?
Yeah. Long. Looks like longer than a tree.
And these are Comp Cam's Magnum push rods that were in here. 7141 part number. Very popular push rod for big block. we're not going to be able to use these, unfortunately, because we are going with a whole different camshaft setup, a hydraulic roller. So
Look
we're
at
going to
my
have to use,
hands.
wow. So we're going to have to use shorter push rods to make up for that lifter height. We're going to reuse the Comp Cam's roller tip rockers, though. You're almost done with this side. Whoa! Whew! Good save. Good save. All right, let's switch to the other side. I'm going to get these push rods out of here. They're taking up too much room.
Mm-hmm. Get out of there, dude. I mean, dude.
Not duty.
No, not dude. Here you go.
Thank you. I'll just hold them. Thank you. But you're doing a good job. You know right where to go with them.
Hey, get out of there.
Come on, buddy.
It goes all the way to there.
Mm-hmm.
So
Goes
why-
right down through the head, right down here to these lifters. See these? They go and ride on that camshaft, and the bumps on the camshaft make these go. Blah, 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 blah,
This
blah.
one is very slick because my hands.
Yeah, your hands are getting slick and oily. Now I'm going to squeeze, and you grab here, and we're going to both pull together, okay? And I bet we'll be able to get it. Oh, it's coming. Oh, it's so close. Now I can grab it like this.
There.
Pull it out. Let's try this one. That's going to be tricky because it's really down in there, but watch this. Boop. Nah. Grab a hold of it. We don't even need those pliers, do we?
No!
What in the
way!
world? Grab hold of it. There you go. Just set it in the bucket. Now see if you can do it. Put your finger down in there.
I don't want my fingers to get stuck.
It'll be okay.
Get out!
You almost got it. Don't. If it gets stuck, you got to just get a new grip. But you got it out of there. Go ahead. Kind of wiggle a little bit. Wiggle it.
It's not wiggling.
There you go. Good job, buddy. It's okay. It's oily. It's oily. Just put it right there. Just keep going. Yep. Good job. From the bottom.
Get out!
Sometimes they get kind of hung. There you go. They get a little hung up there at the very top of the floor. I'm going to have you do all my motor work. Good job.
Put oil on it.
Yeah.
Look at my hand.
Oh.
This is very oily. Oil.
Mm-hmm. It's supposed to be. Cam and lifters get a lot of oil on them. It's very important that they stay really slick.
There's a lot of oil on there.
Mm-hmm. Wow. You're getting good at this. Whoa. Wow.
Oh my!
You got oily. You're doing good, good, good.
My shack is going to get oil on it.
Yes, it is. Mama might not like that.
No way.
We might have to wash it. It'll be okay. Just keep going. We'll wash up once we get done.
I'm so tired.
Oh. If you want me to take over, I will. But you've done so good. I'm proud. Proud of you.
I'm so tired.
You tired?
Yeah.
All right, I'll take over. Boop.
I'm going to wipe my hands by myself.
I think you're better at this than me. You gotta wiggle it a little. There you go. Now, turn it. Strong. Hey, you got it. You got it. Tight, loosen. Good job.
I'm crazy.
Now let's do another one.
Crazy.
Pull hard. Pull.
Crazy rooster.
I hear that rooster. He is crazy. Good job. Okay, here's another one down here. Don't go too far. Just pull from right there. Oops. Try again. Right there. Pull. Good job. Little crazy rooster.
Yeah.
Oh, hey. Now you got to go up. There you go. Man, you're strong. Keep it going.
That's only 5.
That's right. You are 5. I forgot that you were 5. I don't think you could do this if you were 4.
No way.
Okay.
Yep.
Here goes that crazy rooster again.
What is he doing over there? What's he even talking about?
I don't know. Is he talking?
He's trying to tell us something.
Is he saying he likes the motor?
Maybe. Maybe he is saying that. He might be saying he's hungry.
Yeah.
Hungry for a snack or something. I don't know. I mean, maybe he likes Henry J's. Well, hey. I think we about got it out of there. Come on.
Come on, dude.
Now, when it's like this, you got to hold the socket. Hold the socket. Just like that. Good job. Man, you figured that out. You got it. Just keep on doing that. And that bolt will come right out. Man, you're a fast learner. Ha! You got it, dude. Yeah. Did you get it?
Yep. Don't fall.
I didn't know a 5-year-old could build a motor. Did you?
No. How does kids do a motor?
Well, a lot of kids don't do a motor.
So,
You're a special boy.
that's why I like cars.
Mm-hmm.
I can.
You're gonna work on this Henry J and this motor, and then when we drive it, you'll get to feel really good because we did something real special. Are you gonna drive it?
I won't drive it. I won't drive it.
Yeah.
On the drive.
Maybe sometime when you get older. Okay. Whoa, careful.
Dude, it's very good on this motor.
Mm-hmm. You're really good at it.
But I think I can do it more motors than that.
More than just this one?
Yeah.
I hope so. I hope this isn't the only motor we do. Good job.
Got it.
You got it, dude. Set it right down. Set it down on the bucket. We got to be real careful.
No. Gotta be. I think it's gonna be very, very long.
Mm-hmm. Just wait until you see how long this is. Whoa. So when it came time for the camshaft, Comp Cams always gets the call because they have a lot of components that go together. And that's my biggest fear, is mismatching something that just doesn't work together. So I ended up with a hydraulic roller camshaft. I wanted to do a roller because they perform well, the maintenance is good, you don't have to worry about breaking them in the way that you do a flat tappet, and you get these really nice link bar style lifters. They work really well. I've put them in the Corvette and had good luck out of them. When you do a hydraulic roller or any type of roller, you end up with a taller lifter, so you got to run a shorter push rod, and they sell this as a complete kit. So you get cam, lifters, push rods, valve springs, timing set, every piece that you would need to put this thing back together, and it all matches. So that means that I didn't have to do a lot of studying. I actually got in touch with them and told them my compression ratio, gear ratio, stall converter, all that kind of stuff, and they helped me figure out the cam. And let's go into the details here. So we've got lift 542 on the intake, 561 on the exhaust. Then we've got a 242 and 248 duration at 50 thousandths, and this is on a 110 degree lobe separation angle. So this is not a crazy radical camshaft by no means, but it's also not a crazy radical engine. All right, so the Comp Cams setup we got came with new valve springs. We're going to replace these, and in order to do that, I'm using this tool from Summit Racing. This threads onto a stud, and I also got this tool from Summit Racing. This threads into the spark plug hole. You put a little air on that, and that allows the valve to stay up. But in addition to that, I
I have learned through my 14 trial runs that I turn the engine over so that it's at top dead center. That way the piston is all the way up and the valve cannot drop all the way down into the cylinder. It's just kind of extra reassurance in case something happens with the air. And this is what I've run into several times, is the locks are stuck on the retainer. And when you compress the valve, it doesn't actually take the locks and retainer apart. So that's been a little bit of a struggle on a few of these. Some of them it just pops right loose. Some of them it does not. This one is not cooperating yet. There we go. Now we can take the locks out. Keep the air on it. Spin this out of the way. Valve spring out. Now, I've tested on there. Every single one of these I've tested to make sure the piston's all the way up. So now I know for sure that that valve can't drop all the way through and ruin my day. Very delicately put my locks in. Once those are pretty well in there, I can let a little bit of pressure off. There we go. Now we're ready to put the cam in it and start putting everything back together. Isaac's got the STP. He's got the best job in the world right here. So what I want you to do is very carefully pour some oil right here where my thumb is. Very carefully. Yep, you're doing good. And when you pour it, see, it's going to be real thick. When you pour it, I'm going to turn it. There you go. That's good right there. Thank you. Pick it up. There we go. See that? We're going to get that smeared around on the journal. Just like this.
Oh.
Oops, we're dripping a little bit. That's okay. So I put that stuff down there. All right, let's put that one in.
Sticky.
Go ahead and pour a little bit on that gear. Just a little bit. Put a little bit of this. There you go. That's good. Okay. Now we're going to go into the next one. That one right there. Oops, sorry. Watch what you're doing. Get up here. There you go. Good, 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 good. Woo, that was a lot. We got a lot on that one.
Sorry.
That's okay. So close. I know you can do it. There it goes. There it goes. Okay. Now pour me some right there on that big one. We put this is our old timing gear. Put that on there just so we'd have a handle, basically. That helps to put the cam the rest of the way in. At this point, oh, there it went. There we go.
Almost.
Almost there.
So long.
I know, it just goes all the way to the back of the motor. There it goes.
There we go.
Okay, now we're in. All right, what's next? Timing chain?
I think so. Yeah. I think so.
You think so? It sounds good to me.
There we go. There we go. There we go. There we go. There we go.
Okay, now we're dot to dot. That's how we line that up. See that dot and that dot?
Mm-hmm.
That's how we line it up to make sure that our cam timing is right. Now, some people would degree the cam, and that means that they would go through a lot of effort to measure and install the cam at a particular spot. We're just regular guys building a regular motor, right? This ain't gonna be anything that crazy, I don't think.
I don't think so.
Me neither. I don't think it's gonna be crazy. It's gonna be a good hot rod motor.
Rod.
Hot rod gasser. All right, so we've had parts coming in like crazy. Our UPS guy and our FedEx guy has been busy. So we got this big box of parts from Summit Racing. It's my favorite thing in the world is when I order something on Summit Racing, it usually gets here the next day. We don't have to pay for any kind of special shipping. it just gets here fast because they're right down the road in McDonough, Georgia. So, we got some parts. Come a little closer.
Close.
Come on, a little closer. There you go. Now look down here at all these parts. We've got a brand new fan. We've got engine paint. We've got chassis paint. Oh, we've got so much good stuff here.
Oh, I hope there's some paint for the motor.
Yeah, that's it. That's it right there. There's the orange.
Yippee!
All right. We got an electronic ignition conversion for a points distributor. Let's see what we got here. This feels like bolts. Sounds like bolts, doesn't it? Alternator, GM one-wire alternator. We've got this cool vintage, big old 5-inch pulley. That's what everybody used to run back in the day.
I think that's cool.
You think it's cool?
Yeah.
Yes. That's all that matters. Because if you think it's cool, I think it's cool. What we got here? Some more bolts. Oh, this is a starter. We got a high torque starter. Okay, what do we got in here? Oh, we got an aluminum water pump. Now, this thing had a long water pump. We're putting a short water pump on it. Mainly because that's more correct for the era of the car. I also did aluminum just because it's lighter. And then a gold anodized, actually this is more like a zinc coated timing chain cover, brand new. That's going to look so good with the orange paint and that gold. It's going to look good. A few seconds into filming the paint job on this engine, my camera quit working. I didn't realize it, so you missed that, but that's okay. You get the idea. Made a few coats around this thing and got it looking like brand new. Okay, so we got our cam lube. Now it's time
Put those in.
start putting some lifters in. Before I hand them to you, what I'm going to do is squirt some stuff on this roller. All right, now see if you can set those lifters down in there for me. You're going to have to use two hands. Two hands. See if you can set them down in the hole. Got to get them just right. Oh, you almost had it. Got to let them lay back like that right there. And then wiggle. Oh, there went one. Hang on. Hang on. Yeah, there it is. They're in. Okay, we got one.
Can't really get them down like that. There you go.
Hey, look at that. Yeah, you did it, bud. Okay. Here we go. We're going. We're going.
Is that enough?
Look at it and see.
Yeah.
Look down there and see if that's enough.
Not really.
Yeah, that's right. That just means that this lifter is up on the lobe. That's how it's supposed to be. Good job.
Got it.
Wow. That fast. All right. Drop them in. Don't get too rough with it. If it don't look like it's going, you gotta pull it back out. Try again. Wiggle that one. There you go. Now try again.
Get in there.
Probably need to use two hands. Oh, there you go. You got something going. There you go.
Slick.
Be easy with it. Look at what you're doing. Good job. You got it, dude. Yeah. We were just talking about push rod lengths. Big block Chevy has two different sizes of push rods. And I would have normally used the existing push rods, but since we have these roller lifters, they have a taller body, so we have to run a shorter push rod. I've already got them started here. So we're going to do long, short, long, short.
These are going to be.
Yeah, it's got to fit right in there. Those are the guide plates.
And then you got to make sure over here, when you're putting it down, that it goes right down in the lifter. Just right, because it could sit up on top of the lifter. It could get hung up somewhere. It needs to sit right down in there, okay?
Yeah.
Now here's a short one. Did it go in right down there? Spin it around a little bit and make sure that it spins good. Make sure that there's nothing holding it. Now we need another long one, right?
Yeah.
Because we go long, short, long, short. Now look over here. Look down there at the lifter. Make sure it's in. Does it spin? Short. Looks good. I think we start with a short one on this side right here.
Yes. Okay, sure.
Take the long one. Good job. Is it down in there?
Yep.
Okay. Shorty.
Shorty.
There's a long one. You're doing good. Did that get down in there just right? Yeah, that lifter's just way up in the bore.
That's too short. There's a.
It's pretty far down in there, isn't it?
Yeah, I
But
think.
that one is too. It's okay. Pretty low.
Long.
Oh, be sure to check down at your lifter. When it falls down like that, it might not fall just right. Yeah, I think you're good. Now you need a short one.
Oh, it's too short.
Oh, you skipped one.
Uh-oh.
Oops. I'm glad you noticed this stuff.
Silly daddy.
No, it's that one right there.
Oh.
There you go. Long one, last one. Look at that. You got them all. Wow.
Now those.
Yeah, now we got to put rocker arms on. Now this isn't a must, but I like this stuff. It's in an aerosol can. Comp Cam's Valve Train Assembly Spray. And this stuff sprays out. You can put it on the end of your push rods, on the end of your valves. And you can also just give it a spray down here on your bottom of your push rods and lifter area. Just to give you a little extra lubrication on initial startup especially. That's when it's most crucial. So I pretty much just spray the ends of the push rods right here on tops of the valve springs, or on tops of the valves. Basically what we're going to do, we're going to adjust the valves at top dead center number 6, spin this engine over one rotation so that the dot's back to the top. Then we're going to adjust the rest of the valves and we'll be ready to go.
Sorry, people. I need to stop talking.
You ready for me? Ready for me to stop talking?
Yeah.
We got to get back to work here. So we're on top dead center number 6. That means we're going to adjust both valves on number 6. So that's a good place to start. We'll start there, and then we'll stick another one on there. All right, stick that one on this. Let's get your washer down there so it fits just right.
There you go.
Okay. If this was a race engine, we'd be doing this differently. It would have an aluminum bodied rocker arm and stud girdle and poly locks and all that kind of stuff. And we're just not doing that. We're just not doing it. Just keep going around and around. It's probably gonna get tight.
Let's get a little tight.
Yep, just keep on tightening. See how this is still floppy? We gotta tighten it until it's not floppy anymore. So keep on tightening. You might have to use your muscles. Is it getting tight?
Yeah.
Okay. When it gets that tight, just do like that. just go instead of going around and around. It's tight.
Stop it.
Keep going. It's tight, but it's still got to tighten down. That's the whole point of a locking nut, is it gets tighter as you go.
It's almost not moving anymore.
It's not moving. Okay, so when we get there to where it's not moving up and down anymore, we do a half of a turn. So we're going to turn this a half turn, and that's going to preload our lifter.
What does this thing do?
That makes it go left or right if we're going to tighten or loosen. I'm going to have to get a different socket. That socket is not happy in there. It's getting too hard.
Yeah.
Oh. Whee! Whee! That's silly. Going. Pull it hard. Got a long ways to go. Oh, you gotta be strong, don't you?
Yeah.
Woo!
Oh, I'm a monster.
You're a monster?
I think I'm done.
You done? You're doing good on that one.
Yeah.
Still got a good ways to go.
No, 3 more to go.
Okay. We got our first round done. These are all adjusted. This was adjusted at top dead center number 6. Now we have rotated the engine 1 full revolution. Now we're at top dead center number 1. That means we can adjust the rest of these valves. So right here, this is number 2 intake. This is number 4 exhaust. We already did both the number 6s. Now we got to do number 8 back there too. And then of course some on the other side. So this is the easiest way to get an initial startup set up on your valve lash.
Look how clean that looks.
I know, it's looking pretty good. Oh, it's starting to get tight. Oh. Watch out, I don't want to bump you. Love you though. Oh.
Hey!
Hey, now.
11, that's why the store is moving.
Okay, no more up and downsies.
No.
Now we go a half a turn. Here we go. 1 half of a turn. All right, that gets our lifter preload. Hey, now. There you go. Drop that in there. Make sure it's the right way. Put it right there.
It was about to roll under me.
There you go.
Dude. Tight. Now we go.
You do the honors. Man, you're good at this. Oh, it's so tight. All right, don't hurt yourself. Okay, half a turn. Here we go. There we go. There it is. We
Now,
finished the valve train. Okay,
You wanted to put the valve covers on, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Now, these valve covers are pretty rough looking, but this is what we plan on running on this thing. Oop, you almost had it. There's 1, 2, 3. Good job. There you go. Whoa. You gotta line up your 3 studs. Yeah, that's not lined up. Come on now. There you go. You got one started. Now look at this one. Gotta line those 3 up. Gold Moroso valve covers. All right, so I am planning on keeping a mechanical fuel pump because that is the simplest and easiest thing to do. But because we changed to a roller cam, we've got to change to a different fuel pump push rod. It's got this brass on the end that keeps from wearing out the camshaft. And the difference there, in case you're wondering, a roller camshaft is made out of billet steel, where a regular old flat tappet camshaft is made out of cast iron. It's the last thing you want. You don't want anything messing up on your camshaft, but you certainly don't want your fuel pump push rod to be the culprit. So that's pretty simple and easy. Comp Cams makes it. Summit sells it. And it's just held in place with that little pipe plug. Now the fuel pump that I got is a Summit Racing mechanical fuel pump, 110 gallon per hour. Pretty basic. Nothing real fancy here. Fits just like that. Okay, we need our bolts and our gasket. And normally you wouldn't need to put the fuel pump on this early, but because this engine plate is so close to it, I want to go ahead and get it on there and make sure that it fits before I stick this engine back into the car. Plus, once I get the plate on there, this will be really hard to get to. So I'm doing it now. All right, let's put this timing chain cover on. This is always finicky when you're dealing with an engine that's already together. It's way easier to do it if the engine's completely apart. That way you don't have to worry about these little gasket tails. But with enough silicone, you can make anything seal up. So these 2 little tails need to tuck in there and there. Now we'll get up on our dowel pins. There and there. Start a few bolts. If you're dealing with RTV, it's just going to get everywhere. Like literally, you can't stop it. Now that I got the bottom side kind of established, I'm going to thread in these new bolts. I got these new bolts from Summit Racing. They make a kit for the whole engine, and that's just handy. I could use the old junk, but you might as well make it look nice if you're going through all this effort. Big block's coming together. We got a special treat in the oven. Got our harmonic balancer, 250 degrees. Let's put it on for about 20 minutes. So what that's going to do is that's going to get that very thick cast iron material hot and let it expand, because these harmonic balancers, especially on big blocks, are a very tight fit. Normally you still, no matter what you do, you still have to take a block of wood and a big hammer and beat them on there. So our plan is to heat that up, slide it on there quickly. We're going to have some oven mitts. Slide it on there quickly, beat it on there, and hopefully not damage anything in the process. So, yeah, okay, it's broken. The oven's broken, but it's okay.
It's okay.
It's fine. Okay, here we go. Hot tamale, hot tamale. It up quickly. Okay.
You got it. You got it. You got it. You split the wood.
That didn't work.
You split the wood.
It didn't work. I mean, it is like, it barely moved. The instructions said to do this,
Oh.
to heat it.
How long did it say to heat it for?
15 minutes.
Then maybe you should do it for a higher temperature.
That's kind of what I'm thinking. Higher temperature, longer duration, get it really swelled up. Well, I'm trying every trick I can to get the harmonic balancer on to this big block, and it's fighting me every step of the way. I currently have the harmonic balancer cooking at 250 degrees, and I've got an ice pack on the crankshaft. Just trying to use a little bit of science to help me get this interference fit figured out. Everything else ready. I mean, I'm ready to put this back together, but harmonic balancer's holding me up. Wish me luck. I'll let you know how it goes. Well, you can see the shrapnel, and you can see I still got a mile to go. All of the tricks in the world are not working. I've tried old balancers. I've tried this new one from Summit Racing. I have filed the key. I have cleaned. I've done everything I know how to do. All right, I ain't gonna tell you what I did, but you can see for yourself. A little bit of brute force. I know it ain't good for the thrust bearings and the whatever else, but it's on there. All right, so it's time to address the ignition on this thing. Notice we've got the old intake. It's just sitting there. This actually just helps us have a place to work on the distributor a little bit. So this is actually the original distributor out of my old Corvette. This is a 64 Corvette tack drive distributor. What we're going to do is switch this over from an original points type distributor to an electronic distributor using a Summit Racing kit. So basically all you're looking at is a little module, and it bolts in place of where your points go. Fits on a little dowel, bolts in place. And then you have, this is sort of like a cage that goes around. Essentially it bolts in like that. So this only requires one wire, one hot wire to come in from your coil to fire off this electronic module. So super simple. You don't have to do any crazy wiring. You don't have to do any kind of major cutting or drilling or any kind of stuff like that. It's a very good conversion, and it's easy and cheap. And then it comes with all the hardware that you need. 2 screws, hold that into place. So the bolts that come with the kit go from the bottom side up through this original plate, and that actually serves as your studs for the rotor button. So these things thread in to this plate, and it's kind of a pain, but they do give you this really tiny screwdriver, and this stud has a slot on the end, so you can thread it through backwards. So once you get your advanced setup put back together here with the springs, you can put the original rotor button back on there, and then it comes with some new nuts. Thread those things down, and you're ready to go back together. But I still have some wiring to do. I still have a little bit of work to do. I'm going to actually get this red paint stripped off and probably just paint this black. But a little bit of work to do, but I got the main part of this done. It's suggested when you do a roller cam that you change out your fuel pump push rod, you change out your distributor gear, and that's what we're going to do right now. So we got this one from Summit Racing. This is a melanized steel version of it. There are 3 different options on distributor gears. You can do this melanized steel, which is okay for a roller cam, or you can do a bronze gear, or you can do a composite gear, which is basically plastic. Now, I have a composite gear in my Corvette, and it's held up for lots of years, but I just felt better about this steel one, and it's a little cheaper. So in order to do that, we're going to knock this roll pin out of here to get the old distributor gear off. You're going to need to use a flat tipped punch. And get it the rest of the way through. Thank you. Got it? Okay. Now that little roll pin, we're going to reuse that.
Be careful not to lose
Yeah,
that.
don't lose that. So this thing just slides off, but this should slide back on. Yes, it does. Now our roll pin goes in. Sometimes makes it hard to get started. And you don't want to beat on it so much that it mushrooms the end of the... Roll pin centered up.
Whee! Oh. Ooh. Ooh. That's more fun than I thought it would be.
Yeah. Okay, so that's ready to go in. That's one less thing to worry about. Once we get the intake on, we can stab this distributor down in there. Rather than piecing everything together with original Henry J parts and still having a subpar braking system, I decided to discard this completely, and we're going to put together a disc brake system for this car. And I'm doing it probably the hardest way possible by ordering a kit that's made for a completely different car, but we're going to make it work for this. So basically, we're going to take this apart. We're going to be down to our bare spindle here, and then build out from there using the parts in this Wilwood kit. Now, the Wilwood kit is for a Rambler. American Motors, they had a very similar bolt pattern to this 4-bolt pattern here, and that's kind of the basis for this whole thing. The bolt pattern's similar, and the wheel bearing sizes, the outer and inner bearing sizes are the same, and the depth of the bearings is the same. So the hub will fit right on here, and the caliper bracket supplied with the kit, it's going to require some serious modifications. All the way around, it's a better situation to have the Wilwood disc brakes. So let's get started taking it apart. All right, now this backing plate can come off, and I'm just going to leave it hanging. Not going to hurt anything. I'll address the brake lines later. All right, let's get the boxes open here. Got plenty of stickers. So in my measuring, the inner bearing and the outer bearing is correct. On these, really nice. Like, this is so nice. It's too nice for this car. I know that much. But the wheel bearings that come with these are the same measurements as the Henry J spindle. That's super handy. The depth is the same as well. That's just another factor that was really tough when it came to finding junkyard parts. I'm going to slide that up on there. Make sure that this is the right size. Outer bearing, that slides up there, and that's a real good fit right there. So depth is good. The diameters of the bearings are perfect. I can't complain about that fitment. That was super easy. This is the Wilwood caliper bracket, and this is a really, really nice machined aluminum bracket. And what it's supposed to do on the Rambler is it's supposed to bolt to this, just like that. And then on the Rambler, the spindle is actually a 2-piece. So it has the upright, just like this. Then it has the spindle part that bolts onto the upright. So this is actually a 1-piece casting or forging. I think these are forged. So on the Rambler, you would bolt it up like this, and then bolt your spindle, the outward part of the spindle, to this. Very simple. Well, we don't have that ability here, so this bracket's got to go onto the back side of this spindle. Obviously, it can't do that. It's got a closed loop. It can't fit there. So what we have to do is trim this. We've got to cut this out, and then we've got to cut up into here so that it fits over this upper part of the spindle. So we'll make those cuts with the cutoff wheel and then dress it up a little bit with the grinder, make sure it's going to fit, and then we'll have to dress up the back side of the spindle. It needs a little bit of grinding back here so that this perfectly flat machined surface rests perfectly flat against the spindle. That helps us with aligning, so we don't have to run a bunch of spacers or washers or anything. This can just bolt flat up to the back of this. So a lot of work tied up in this right here, and I hate to cut up a perfectly nice high dollar piece, but that's what it's going to take to put disc brakes on this thing. So on the back side of this spindle, you can see where there's these little flat places that are just basically made for washers. And what we're gonna have to do for proper fitment is take our flap disc on the electric grinder, and we're gonna grind this sort of rounded area off to where it's flat. We're not gonna take a tremendous amount of material off there, maybe I don't know, that's probably a 1/16 of an inch all the way around. But essentially we're gonna grind this flat so that our bracket, see, it's now cut, so it'll fit right over where I want it to be. But see how it doesn't fit up flush? That's because of those raised up areas. We're gonna grind that flat, and then this will sit flush. We can bolt it right up. Obviously, after I dress some of my wounds and stuff on this, we should be able to just slap it right on there, bolt it in. Basic mock-up's done. I still got some dressing to do on this caliper bracket, but I've got it bolted on with my new hardware, and now I can build this out. I can put the rotor together and then get my caliper spacing where it needs to be. We'll have to do a little bit of grinding on the caliper to make that work, but this is a big step. This is a lot of grinding, a lot of cutting, but I'm pretty happy with that. I've already assembled this loosely. It's just hanging together. But this is the offset that is correct for me. At least it was correct for the other side. Slide this on there. That. Now it rolls around just fine. No clearance issues anywhere. All right, there's our caliper. Nice, new, fresh out of the box. And it will physically fit onto this, but it's not fitting correctly. So these little things help us to line up the rotor with the caliper so that we have the right spacing. And right now we're hitting, so we need to take a little material off here and here. We take it off the back side just like that with the flat disc on the grinder. That works best. And take a little bit at a time, fit it, take a little more, fit it, take a little bit more, fit it, and so on until we have it centered just right, and where this will bolt on like that, but with no clearance issues. Right now this rotor will not turn, so we obviously need to fix that. All right, we've been grinding a lot, taking several thousandths off there and several thousandths off there. You know, somebody fancy probably would have, well, somebody fancy wouldn't have been grinding on the caliper anyways. I was gonna say somebody fancy might have machined it instead of just using a grinder by hand, but hey, this works. I think. Should work, right? But you can see I'm pretty close there. Pretty close. You can see the distance there and the distance there. I mean, that's close enough, right? So there we go. Fully mocked up Wilwood disc brakes. Pretty happy with the fitment. And now I just need to take it back apart, dress up some of my grinding.
Daddy. The metal is not coming on.
Yeah, the metal's not coming on, is it? You got a very thick layer of paint and putty right there.
It's really loud.
And you're good at that. You got a lot of scrubbing to do. This thing's a mess.
Just like on Chip Channel.
On Chip Channel, yeah. I wish we had a way to blast all this paint off like Chip Channel does. Sandblaster would make this a little easier.
Oh, the dirt is coming off.
All right, I got a little carried away on the firewall here. All the paint was just flaking off of this thing, and I decided to run the DA over it, and the paint started just flaking even worse, and it kind of inspired me to go ahead and strip it all off to just bare aluminum, and I kind of like how that looks. This is Summit Racing chassis semi-black paint, and this stuff lays down so good. I'm really happy with the finish on the frame, suspension, firewall. So I got on eBay. I don't normally buy stuff on eBay because I don't like paying top dollar for trinkets and things. And I found some vintage Moroso valve cover, or not valve covers, sorry. It does have Moroso valve covers, but vintage Moroso decals. That'll get us covered on the firewall. Now, I found this vintage Competition Cams decal. This did not have a Comp Cams decal on it, but since they sponsored the build, I thought it'd be cool to put one of their vintage logos on there. Speaking of sponsors, Summit Racing, again, this is an old decal. This is not their current logo, but it'd be cool to represent them. There's the exact B&M that was on there, and there's the exact Holley that was on there. So let's get this thing looking a little better, and we'll be one step closer to putting the motor back in this thing. We're gonna recreate what this car had in the 70s. First step of that is this big Moroso. Basically every fast car back in the day had Moroso stuff on it. And it went right under this scoop. So I'm gonna center it up as best I can in the scoop. There's that one. Now next is Holley. Holley provided us with a tonal ram, 2 4-barrel carburetors, some other great stuff. There we go. And this car had Holley decal, a Holley decal on it right here, years ago. So we're gonna put it about here. What do you think?
Yeah, that's where it was, yeah. Nice.
Okay. There's a lot of pressure here.
Oopsie.
If you don't get this right, you got problems.
Because this is the
dropped
only
it.
one.
Did I drop one?
Yep,
Yeah.
I got it back.
There you go, Daddy.
Okay, top cams. And where's that Summit one? Hand me that Summit one.
I like that sticker.
Old school Summit Racing sticker.
Very nice.
There we go.
Very,
That covers
very
our
nice.
sponsors. Big thank you to Summit Racing, Holley, Comp Cams.
Yeah.
Yeah, here's B&M. This is now part of the Holley group, so we're actually putting a B&M shifter in this thing. So this is fitting. This isn't just for show.
Are those new stickers?
Moroso is though, kind of.
Are these new stickers?
Mm-hmm.
But we don't need old. We don't need old one stickers, don't we?
That looks really good.
They are kind of old. So this is the finished product. I kind of had to flip and flop and do all that to make the spacing work out right. So what we're looking at is this needs to be like this. This needs to be like this. That. And then this goes like that. Okay. I'm gonna start with these.
Yep. There's your instructions.
Mm-hmm. And put a little dab of juice on there.
Oh, why is it red?
It's just is. Why is the sky blue? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, but
They have different colors. They have blue. Red is the ultimate, like you put red if you never want to take it apart again. And I don't ever want to take it apart again.
are we sure this is the right way?
I sure hope so.
If it's wrong,
If it's not, we're in trouble.
extreme trouble.
I don't know the science behind it.
It's not as.
Oh, gross.
Ew. Why did you do that?
We're getting down to the end of the tube, I guess. It's getting a little squirty, sort of like ketchup. I'll hold the rotor. We're going to have to tighten these again with the torque wrench, so just get them snugged up. That's good.
No, this one.
Mm-hmm. Yep, do them all. Good job.
Did them all.
One more, I think. I think that one's still loose. Alright, you got them all snugged. Alright, this probably isn't the official way to tighten these things, but I can't figure out any other way to have enough pressure on this to keep it from turning. These bolts torque to 25 foot-pounds, luckily. So, hey, now. Don't break. Did you break? Don't tell me you broke. Okay, let's try another one. Let's just see if the other one's better. Okay, there's 25. Let's see what happened here. Okay, the torque is toast. I heard it click. It's good enough, right?
Oh, yeah.
Probably this label probably says, do not cut this.
Probably.
I have the hub in the vise. I used a little piece of, like a big washer to keep it from scarring up this beautiful machined aluminum. It still makes a little mark on it. There's nothing I can do about that. But there's also no way that you can hold this still to be able to torque it to 77 foot-pounds. This would also be more helpful if my vise was mounted to something, but it's not. So I just have to stand on it.
It'll be fun.
It'll be fine. 77 is a lot. Got it.
Seems like that went better than the other one went.
That's just my bones popping. Ah. it's a lot.
Good job, Dad.
Thanks.
You're welcome.
This video is just going to be me grunting a lot.
Yep.
And breathing. Got it.
You're doing it on purpose now.
No, I'm not.
You are.
You don't know what it's like to be old and tired.
Old.
Yeah.
Let's see the finished product.
No, I don't want to show it. It's got a big ugly scar on it.
Come back. I like how you're wearing your.
I know, isn't
today.
that a coincidence? Huh. That's crazy that it just happened to be in the box.
Yep.
And I put it on.
Let's look at that. Very nice.
Now, Wilwood probably wouldn't approve of how I'm doing this. Like all this flipping around and switching around and all the grinding, all the cutting. It's probably not how they want things to be done, because just judging by the quality of their products, they are very particular about things fitting perfectly, like this. That right there is a machined perfect finish and a perfect fit. And that's going to give me confidence when it's time to hit the brake pedal in this car. I want to be sure that all these parts are
Together.
fitting properly and happy,
They're happy.
torqued down to the proper specifications.
They have feelings.
Yeah, absolutely.
They do.
Yeah.
What are they feeling right
You don't
now?
want an unhappy brake.
You don't.
I've had an unhappy brake before.
These two look kind of sideways.
They are. I gotta do some adjusting.
Adjusting. You better do it before it like dries or something. I don't know.
Hey. Okay.
More
Did
grind.
that work? Hey, it worked. All right, here's a trick. I decided, instead of fighting this thing to torque these bolts down, that I would just get a tire and wheel. That way it's kind of locked in. The weight of the tire and wheel keeps it from sliding around on me. All right, I had to consult with the instructions. These torque to 45 foot-pounds, and this is a T45 Torx bit. These other ones that we torqued earlier to 25, those are a T40 Torx bit. Okay, that wasn't so bad.
But
All right, we got our fresh wheel bearings. These came with the Wilwood kit. They fit the Henry J spindles perfectly. Obviously, they fit the hubs perfectly. It's made for them. And we're going to grease them up. That means that we're getting close here. We're like actually doing something for real. We're not just mocking up anymore. Very nice. This castle nut, it is new, but I don't know if the threads are boogered up on it or on the spindle, but it don't feel real great. But we're going to send it anyways.
it's fine.
See how it does. Castle nuts and spindle size should be the same for everything ever. Maybe I'm wrong. Right, that was somewhat questionable, but we got the castle nut all the way up there, got it adjusted where we need it, got the grease cap on. We're ready to keep going with assembly. The next step is going to be these calipers, and they go right on to the mount. I had to remove quite a bit of material off of the caliper and the bracket, but everything lines up good. We got a good alignment on the rotor, so the pads should slide right in. We got these finger tight. Let's see if our pads slide in. This is another advantage of Wilwood brakes is that the pads just literally drop in. And this one should just drop in like that. And then they're held in place with a pin, which is here. I found it. And almost there. Come on. Got it. So there it is. Complete brake setup made out of an AMC kit from Wilwood, adapted to a Henry J spindle and a 41 Willis front axle. What we don't have figured out is the brake plumbing, the brake lines, flex hoses, the fittings, distribution blocks, all that kind of stuff. We have a starting point because the thing has brake lines already, but we're going to be changing some of that because it had a single pop master cylinder. Naturally, we're going to have a different brake line routing system with this dual master cylinder. So this is a GM style. I went ahead and got one that had a proportioning valve, or whatever you want to call that. This is a 1-inch bore, and it's 4 disc brakes front and back. I'm obviously not going to be using a booster on this. It has a very low mount right here behind Isaac's head that we're also going to be having to change because this is a vertical mount for race car stuff. And Wilwood makes a kit that converts that to standard horizontal mount like this. This Summit Racing line lock is going to allow us to lock the front brakes up for burnouts. And I also got an installation kit which came with some different pieces of brake lines, some different fittings. So the first thing we got to do is get these 2 bolts out, which they're in there really tight. I don't know if they have like a spot weld on the backside. I'll have to look, but I need to get these 2 things out. The Wilwood adapter kit comes with bolts, so we'll put that on there. They're countersunk so that this fits right up against it. You gotta do 2 hands. Go ahead and get up in there. That would help you. It's not gonna hurt you. Although, right there is really sharp, so don't touch that. All right, let her rip, Tater Chip. Watch out for that corner. That is sharp. Oh, is it tight? Keep on going there, buddy. You're doing good. Might need to get in there and help you. Oh, it is getting tight. Oh, goodness. Hey, you were right at the end. Here you go. 2 hands, remember? 1 pushing in. There you go. There you go. Okay. Okay, buddy. Woo! We got it. Now we got to do another one. All right, it's Carly's turn. You watching out there?
I can kind of actually see through the hole.
Oh, yeah.
A little bit is almost out.
Yeah? Good. She's almost done now. Careful.
Do you need any help, Carly?
I don't think you could help with this one. It's really tight.
Do you need my help?
Yeah, I might need your help.
It's almost out.
Yeah. Got it. Okay, here's that adapter plate I was talking about from Wilwood. Notice how they made this out of aluminum and they countersunk the holes. And they use these bolts so that there's a flush surface. And that means that the new master cylinder will mount this way instead of this way. So these will go through here like so. And then we'll drill 2 new holes out here and put 2 new bolts to hold the master cylinder on. See where I've got my finger on this bolt? There's another bolt down there. Can you pull those out a little bit, but don't pull them out all the way? Okay? Do you know what I'm saying?
No.
So pull them out just a little. Like that. Yeah. Now do the top one.
Little bit more. Okay, right there. Now, let's see if we're lined up. Push it back through. Okay.
Push it all the way in.
Yeah, all the way in. Okay. All right, we're gonna have to do a little cutting in here, it looks like.
Just hold on.
You got it where you need to be?
Mhm.
Okay. Okay. Good, and we're on the top.
Mhm.
Okay. It's gonna get tighter. This is a locking nut, so it's supposed to get tight like this. You really don't want your brake pedal falling out.
No, you don't.
Okay. This bottom one, I'm going to have to just hold the wrench, and then you're going to have to ratchet.
Okay.
So,
If I can get it there. Okay, you want me to go ahead?
yeah, go ahead. Kind of overpowered me there.
Ooh.
Oh, you all right?
Yeah, I'm good. I'm good. If I can get it there. How tight does it need to get?
Good and tight. That sounded like a pretty good one.
Yeah, it's good.
Cool. This kit for the conversion from vertical to horizontal master cylinder comes with a new push rod and clevis, and that's super handy. However, it's a little different size than this pedal. This is an old Neil racing pedal, and it's got a little tiny hole for the pin, and it's kind of narrow. So we're going to space it out with some washers, drill this hole out so we can put a properly sized pin through there, which will more than likely be a bolt with a lock washer. And that way this will be nice and secure, and we'll still have our vintage pedal. Holes are drilled, push rods in. Let's test fit this master cylinder. See how it fits. Oh, that's very tight. It's a tight machine finish on the adapter plate, which is a good thing. Okay, yeah, that bolt's not long enough, I don't think, to reach what we need to reach. All right.
Good job.
Hey, that worked out pretty good there.
Yeah.
What's so funny? Oh, goodness. All right, all right.
Sky was in the way.
Oh. Okay, let's get serious. Hey, it's serious. Serious time here. Okay, this old brake pedal assembly, which I thought was really handy and it was going to work well for us, it ended up being kind of a problem because this is for race car stuff, and we're putting a regular passenger car master cylinder on it. And the reason that's a problem is a race car master cylinder has a captive or a captured push rod. These passenger car master cylinders do not. So the push rod can just flop out of there. And these pedals don't have any way to have a stop on them. So I rigged up this stop out of another brake pedal push rod clevis. I cut a little slot in it, as you'll see. I might need to zoom in a little bit so that people can see this. So I cut a little slot in it, and the brake pedal just rests on it. Now I've got a little piece of rubber that I can put in there if I want it to have a little softer touch. But right now, it's doing exactly what I want to do. It's held in place with the bolt that holds the pedal assembly in place. And now the push rod is in there securely. I still have some adjustment there if I need it. And I have full range of motion on the brake pedal. So that was a little bit of figuring to try to make this work. I probably could have put a whole nother pedal assembly in it for the amount of time it took me to figure this out, but it works. It has a good solid stop, and now we'll have safe braking without the chance of this push rod falling out and causing big problems.
All right, so last night after everybody went to bed, I decided I was going to come back out here and do some quiet projects. Nothing, no drilling, no cutting. So what I did was bend up some brake lines, and I laid out sort of the routing for our line lock, and just kind of have all this mocked up. I've got these are the flex hoses from Wilwood. These are just, everything's just finger tight right now because I'm just kind of mocking all this stuff up. So now it's the next day, and I've been drilling some holes, and I've figured out a way to mount the line lock. So this is the bracket that came with this master cylinder and combination valve. And now I've drilled holes and mounted it securely. And now this will slide back on the stud like so. And then we'll just run our bolts through there. These brake lines are all pretty much ready to start installing for the final time. We'll have to do a little more finesse as far as the bending and routing goes, but that's essentially what we're looking at. We got our front brake line goes right in there. We've got another front brake line that comes out of here over to a distribution block on the side of the frame rail somewhere over there. It splits to this brake line, which goes to this front brake. I'm going to use a brake line that goes all the way over there. I'm going to try to make it not hideous. All right, it's time to get these brake lines finished up for good. And now that everything is mounted solid and not just in mock-up stage, I have to tweak the lines just a little bit. Yes?
Your head's dirty.
Oh, thanks. Giving me problems. There we go. We got it started. Are you playing piano on my back?
No.
No? What are you doing then?
I don't know.
Piggyback ride while I'm tightening up brake lines?
I don't know. Daddy.
What are you trying to do? I'm working here. I should be making you do this.
Bacon.
I think I can't remember.
Okay, that's probably enough there. Now do the back one.
Is that enough for this one?
That's probably enough. Let's see. How much more we got? Yeah, we got a little bit. So, what we're doing here is bench bleeding the master cylinder. Pretty important thing to do. These master cylinders usually bleed very easily. Sometimes you don't even have to do it.
Here.
What we just poured in there is going to be going through these tubes back into there. So Carly, get around this side so that you can zoom in and see what those bubbles are doing, because I'll need your help to know, if it's good or not. An important part of this is making sure that when you adjust your pedal push rod, that the master cylinder actually comes all the way back out. If it doesn't come all the way back out, it'll just push the fluid back and forth instead of what it's supposed to be doing.
I like the bubbles.
You like the bubbles?
Yeah.
Well, we want the bubbles to go away. Are they small bubbles now?
Yeah, they're smaller.
That's what we want to see right there. No bubbles passing through. Turns out we had a little leak on the fitting, and that was letting a little bit of air seep in and putting air back into the system. So now she's in there pumping, and we're just not really even seeing anything, and that's a good sign. Fluid's just moving easily. We're good to go. All right, it's time to make a brake line. I have made these others using various pieces that I had laying around, plus some a line lock installation kit that I got from Summit Racing. It had several sticks, but I didn't have anything long enough to do what I need to do now. So this is 6 feet long. The plan is to go from this distribution block under the frame rail up here to the crossbar, cross over there, and then it'll hook in with the flex line. So I got this bender. This is just a hand bender. I think I got it from Summit Racing years ago. And I need a good tight bend there. That's going to give us our starting point. So as we've talked about before, this car's got a 12-bolt rear end in it, and it's got drum brakes, and they're completely intact, and they look pretty good. Everything looks like it's in good working order, so we could probably just put wheel cylinders, shoes, and stuff like that. However, I want to make an upgrade on this car that is dual purpose. Obviously, I want it to have good brakes and safe brakes. Not that drum brakes are unsafe, but disc brakes are obviously better. So Wilwood makes a kit for a 12-bolt, and we're planning on putting a Wilwood disc brake kit on the back of this car. And the reason for that, I said dual purpose, the reason for it is good brakes, and because this thing is a 12-bolt, GM 10 bolts are the same way, they have a C-clip style rear end, and that's what holds the axles in place. That means if you break an axle, the axle can just come out of the car, and that means your tire and wheel and everything comes out of it. That's not a good situation. Now, obviously, wouldn't want to tear up this wheel well. I wouldn't want to wreck the car. There's a lot of reasons you don't want your tire and wheel coming off. So the second purpose of the disc brake is that it actually will retain the axle. So the disc brake rotor slides over here, and then your caliper goes over that, and that actually holds your axle in the case of an axle breakage. So that's the plan. We're putting Wilwood disc brakes on here, but we do have to disassemble this and make some measurements to see what our axle offset is. That's the measurement from here to the axle or the housing flange back here. So we got to disassemble this, and then we'll start measuring. Okay. And yes, they make tools for this, but these Knipex pliers typically do a pretty good job of grabbing. You ever get busy doing something and you just forget about breathing? And then all of a sudden you're out of breath for no reason? Is that just me?
Yeah, I guess so. Not me.
Okay, well, it's good to know. Just peel these off, like so. Okay, we got Allen head bolts on the wheel cylinders. That's a first. That's like maybe the only car in America with Allen head bolts. Got it. I'm gonna need your creeper.
My creeper?
Yes, the thing you're sitting on is
That's a creeper?
Yes.
Oh, I didn't know that.
I do not know this.
I don't know. I thought it was called a rolly thing. I honestly thought it was called a rolly thing.
Okay.
Here we go.
Under the car.
Under the car.
I've already got a little start here. I've got this bolt loose. We'll show you here how this goes together and how it comes apart on a, this is a C-clip style rear end. This is a 12 bolt out of a 66 or 67 Nova. Super rare. These only came in like the L79 cars. This would be a very desirable rear end for somebody if it didn't have all these hundreds of brackets welded to it. But it's going to be just fine for us. The axles push against this bar that goes through there so that there's not a lot of slack. But when you take that bar out, you can push the axle in and get the C-clip out. That's what we got to do, because we got to remove the axle in order to install this brake kit. So there's that C-clip. See how it gets its name? C for Carly. So before I started actually doing any of the actual brake stuff, I ran some brake lines. So this car had brake lines, but they're old. So I put some new brake lines on there. And the way this Wilwood system works, it uses two flexible lines that go to the caliper, whereas a regular GM style rubber flex hose is just one hose that splits to a hard line that runs across the housing. On this setup, we're running our hard lines across the cross member on the frame and over to the other side, and basically mimicking this design. So this will go to the caliper, gives us plenty of room for up and down travel. So I've already got that kind of mocked up. Nothing's really tightened down yet. I'll wait for that until we get everything bolted on. But now we can pull this axle out because we have removed the C-clip. Okay. So theoretically, this new Wilwood kit will bolt to this flange, and everything else will go together just naturally. There's not going to be a lot of cutting and grinding and welding and fabrication and frustration, none of that. So let's see how that works out. All right, so this is the Wilwood 12-bolt disc brake kit. And they make them for different offsets because different 12-bolt rear ends have different axle offsets. So we had to measure and see what our offset was. And I would imagine that that determines how deep this hat is on this rotor. So this kit comes with an internal parking brake. It's kind of like a little drum brake assembly that fits inside the hat of the rotor. And that is super cool, but I don't ever foresee us having a parking brake on this car. So I'm going to remove all this. I don't know. I just feel like that would simplify our installation. And if I'm not ever going to use it anyways, just get rid of it. Now, I could have gotten a drag race kit. Wilwood makes plenty of drag race components. But since I do plan to drive this car on the street some, it's a good idea to have this street kit because you got a nice street-friendly rotor. And, of course, their famous calipers that are just bulletproof. So, ideally, what we're looking at here is this bolts on to that, and this is your caliper bracket. So first, I'm going to take all this off, which is going to require me to take those two screws out, take these two pins out, and all of this will come off of this plate. So what that leaves us with is this. I'm covering up a little boo-boo there. Sorry about that. So this fits on like so. Bolts line up perfectly, and we can literally just bolt this thing on, which is like amazing because our front brake installation was days worth of grinding and cutting and figuring and thinking, and this doesn't require any of that.
It doesn't require any thinking?
No thinking, just mindless bolting together.
So could you close your eyes and do it?
I think so. Let me try. Yeah, I mean, it's going.
And he's not faking. I mean, I see both eyes are closed.
Yeah, I mean, this goes over here. See?
Very nice, very nice. It's impressive.
Should I do the rest of this video with my eyes closed?
Yes, you should.
Okay. The Wilwood kit, the only thing that it didn't come with were these bolts. So I'm putting just, 1 inch long grade 8 bolts, 3/8 diameter. It said to reuse your original ones, but this car had some like Allen bolts that were like this long. I'm not a fan of Allen head bolts. So we can put our axle back in now that that's bolted on. Axle goes in. Like that. Now you want to go ahead and put the C-clip in because this is not the actual offset of the axle right now. Right now the axle's pushed in because it doesn't have its C-clip in the bar. When it has the C-clip in the bar, it's actually sitting out probably, I don't know, an 1/8 inch. So before we start putting this back together, we need to put the C-clip in and the bar back in. So let's put this rear end back together. We're going to do that by sliding this C-clip. You can use something with a magnet. That would be handy, but if you are careful, you can put it in there by hand. And as soon as that slides in, then you can push out on the axle and it holds itself. We'll rotate this around. Other way. That. Yep. This goes in like so. And this goes back in. And then we can just tighten that up and we're back together. All right, there's two different ways you can do this. You can put the ring on the axle flange first and then put the rotor on there, or you can set this inside the rotor. It's kind of up to you. Either way, the main idea here, wow, I got it first try. I never get that because anytime I've test fitted it, it lands on one of the other bolt patterns. So the main thing is that this sits flush. It's kind of hard to get it to fit in there like this. Let's try taking this off, and it'll never come off. Oh, there it goes. Okay. Let's try it like this. See if that treats us any better. Now, I bet you I'm not going to get the right bolt pattern. Twice in a row. Man, I'm an expert. Okay. Now it's time to put the caliper on. And all this seems so easy because of the struggles of our front brake situation. But that's a good thing. We need a little easy project here. So this is going to bolt on 2 bolts. The bolts are supplied with the Wilwood kit, washers, and the bolt kit comes with shims. And the reason why those shims are important are for spacing, because they want your spacing here and there to be exactly the same. And that's just mainly so that the pads fit right and that the pads don't wear on one side more than the other. That one slides in pretty good. And so does that one. Sweet. So there's that. It's got a little spring clip thing that holds the pads in. But that's it. Tighten. Run our brake hose, which has this 90-degree fitting on it. That goes into the back of the caliper. This goes onto that. And we'll be done. That is easy. All right. I think we're ready for bleeding brakes. All the hoses, all the lines, everything's tight. Now it's time to fill up the master cylinder and see, number one, if we have any leaks. All right, it's the moment of truth. We got fluid in the master cylinder. All the fittings, all the lines are tight. Let's see if we got a brake pedal. It's going to take a little bit to get it pumped up. And I'm going slow and easy. But I can already feel a difference in the pedal. It's still going to the very end, and I'm letting it go all the way out, all the way in, nice and slow, so we're not just pumping a bunch of, oh no. We have a leak. Let's tighten this thing up, or see if it's loose, first of all. Yep, it was loose. Huh. I didn't think to tighten that. Get another one of those. Now, see if we got any other leaks. Well, I found another leak, but this one was just totally forgot to tighten this fitting. Goes right here. We'll tighten that up. Hopefully we'll be sealed up. Yeah, we still got a lot of air in the lines. Pump it back up.
Holding. It's like really stiff. It's not
Getting,
going anywhere.
getting stiff. Good. Ooh. Still got air. Pump it up again. You're holding the brakes?
Yes.
Okay. Let's see what we got here. Ooh. Okay, pump it up.
Daddy.
Yes. Yes.
What a squirty.
Yeah. Pump it up. We want the squirties to be gone.
Okay, holding.
Ooh, goodness.
Hey.
Well, open back up. Come on.
Ow. Squirty.
Pretty squirty. This is the 350 turbo transmission that was in the El Camino and that we're putting in the Henry J. And I wanted to put a shift kit in it when I tore it apart. Turns out it already had a shift kit in it. But I took it apart anyways, just to make sure everything was up to snuff. And it was. And I've had lots of troubles since then. But now we're putting it back together. This has been a hassle. And I'm hoping that we can just put it back together and everything works like it's supposed to. We'll see about that. That was one of my troubles, was the S-clip. As I was taking this apart, notice I have the transmission upside down. As I was taking this apart, the S-clip came out, went down into the deep, dark, black hole of death. But I got it back out. All right, we got the valve body back on. We got our S-clip. Everything's in. Everything works as it should. We got plenty of clearance. Everything's ready to go back together. So I'm going to put a new filter on. Okay. I don't know if you heard my shoulder pop. That's how you know that you tighten it enough. It's kind of like a torque wrench. Transmission pan. Look at that thing. That's nice, ain't it?
Beautiful.
I'm probably going to end up swapping one out for like a nice cast aluminum finned pan. But for now, I'm going to set that bad boy right back on there, right where it came from. The gasket is not so good. That's not good. I think we can fix it. Okay. Hey, that's better. That's a lot better. Okay. Now we just get this gasket to line up, which is just going to be horrible. Man, what a piece of junk.
That's the first time you've said it this whole project.
I know. Well, in regard to this transmission pan, I think I have every right to call that a piece of junk. Got our transmission fiasco took care of, hopefully. Now it's time to put the torque converter in it. We got this new torque converter from Summit Racing. The old one, I ran the numbers on it, and it was a 2,800 RPM stall. This one is I think it said 28 to 3,200. Looks like it'll be a little bit more forgiving on the starting line. Who knows with this combination? It's a lightweight car. It's got 538 gears. It's a big block. There's so many factors here that I don't even know. So we got to start somewhere. This Summit Racing piece is very affordable, and I feel like that's a good place to start. So we're going to put some fluid in it. Walmart brand transmission fluid. Oh. It's just a good day. It's a good day. It's fine. Yeah.
Can you explain to us what happened?
No, I can't explain it, actually.
Can you tell us what happened, though?
I knocked over transmission fluid bottle that had the lid off of it, and that's going to be right in the way, right in the middle of the floor. Come on. Well, guys, it's getting serious. The motor is off the stand, hanging on the cherry picker while I wait on this fluid to drain into the converter. It's time to put this stuff together, put this motor back in this car. And slide it into the transmission. And we should feel two distinct clicks. There's one. There's two. Now we're spinning around Not feeling any binding, not hearing any bad noises. All right, I've rigged up a little stand here with my floor jack. Now it's time to roll it in. Let's scoot it over a little bit. Jack it up a little bit. There we go. Like a glove. Get a couple of bolts started. All right, now that the engine and transmission are bolted together, we can look and see how much of a gap is in between the flex plate and the torque converter. You see there's a gap there. And that's okay. There's actually supposed to be at least a 1/16 of an inch gap, but no more than 5/16 of an inch gap. So I had a hard time getting my caliper in there to actually measure this. But what I do know is that my caliper is an 1/8 inch thick. So let's see what this looks like. Okay, so that caliper's in there. So we're looking at a little over an 1/8 of an inch. I'm thinking probably 3/16 at the most. So we're good to go. We don't need to shim this. We can just bolt it straight up. And we'll do that by bolting it from the back side here into this threaded tab on the torque converter. Well, here it is. It's bolted together. And it's getting ready to go into the Henry J, hopefully for the last time. We got the kids. We got the junk. Got the engine. I think it's time to lift this thing up. Put it in there. What do you think? Yeah. All right, let's do it. Come on now. You're stronger than that. You're stronger than that. Put your weight into it. Your whole body. Go. Ugh. You don't have much of body weight there, do you? I have an advantage on the body weight situation.
Would you like me to try?
Yeah, how about you do it? I bet you can wear it out. Oh, she already broke it. One pump and broke it.
Man, this is easy.
Oh, it's so easy. Oh, wow, it's so easy, she says, as if she's comparing herself to a little 5-year-old boy.
Well, I'm sorry. Over here.
I think you probably got it high enough. Hold that. Don't hit your sister with it.
Oh, he would.
I won't.
Okay. Yeah.
Super duper heavy.
Okay. Dangling. Twirling. Hey, here we go. All right. We're getting real close. We got to start going down now. Oh, I need my down stick.
Down stick.
Nice and easy.
Now what are we going to do?
Okay, now we're going to slide it back a little more. Make sure all of our wires and cables are out of the way. I'm pretty sure we can roll her straight in there. What do you think?
Do it.
You stand over there, Isaac, and tell me if I'm going to hit anything. Okay, because I can't really see it from here. I'm way up here. You need to have your eyes on this. Look, stand right here and have your eyes back here to make sure none of this is going to hit the body or the frame. Okay?
Okay.
That's your job. This is a big deal right here. Let him soak it in.
Daddy,
Yeah,
you're not
bud.
hitting
Thanks, buddy. That's what I'm talking about.
anything.
That's good help right there. What about now? It's getting close back there. Yeah, we're getting close. It's not banging off anything, so that's good. I think I can let it down. Okay. Now I think it'll roll backwards and clear the transmission cross member. Oh, goodness. I got a little crooked there, didn't it? I went ahead and put my fuel pump on because it was convenient. And I put these fittings in there. And that's just one thing that's blocking us right now. So take that loose and we should be able to slide this motor straight back. I'm pretty sure I'm gonna have to take the fuel pump off. Let's just do it. Why not? Why would I sit here and wonder about it when I could just be doing it? What do you think about that? What do you think about it?
Yay.
Yeah, that looks pretty good in there. Let me see what's going on under here. Yeah. Oh man.
What
Yeah.
happened?
Nothing happened. It's just all good. It's good things. So I need to come down a little bit. Whew. Okay. Now, straight back. Okay, this looks pretty good. We're there. It's time to start bolting some stuff up. Get some of these.
Some of the bowling stuff, that's what I want to do.
Okay, he's good at bolting things. All right, Isaac, here's 2 bolts. 2 bolts. There you go, 1, 2. I'm gonna set this, and what we're gonna do is put our bolts through these holes right here, okay?
Okay.
Can you see that?
Mm-hmm.
Is it lined up?
This way?
Yep, just like that. You got it. You don't have to turn it. Go ahead and put the other bolt in. Okay, good job. All right, we got 4 bolts. Now it's time for 4 nuts and washers. All right, now we got our 4 big mamas here. These 4 big bolts are going to bolt this to the motor.
Oh.
And see, we're not quite lined up yet. We got to let the motor down a little bit, and it needs to roll forward just a little bit. So let's do that. It's a nice shot right there. Need to go up a little bit with the jack, Isaac. Okay.
That's enough?
That's, yeah, actually, probably too much. Let's see.
They're big ones.
These are big bolts. Okay.
See it.
Yeah, we got all of our bolts started. Okay, Isaac, this is our time. You got to put one hand here, remember? There you go. Now tighten it. There you go. You don't need to be so careful, okay? This is just a car. Just big old thick pieces of metal. There's nothing to be careful about here. Let's see, now he's going. He got it going now. Yeah. Tighten that thing up. Keep going until it gets tight. Now go for it. Phew. You see his muscles? I think I did.
He went.
Ah,
Other side.
got that thing torqued down, son. See, that's way better. There you go.
That is so.
Just don't let it slip. Have some busted knuckles.
This is a long hole, like a tunnel.
It is like a long tunnel, isn't it? Putting a big block Chevy, a 51 Henry J. I mean, that's every 5-year-old's dream, right?
This is stronger.
Yeah, you're being really strong to get that one tight. That's a 7/16 bolt there. I think you got it. Good job.
There we go.
Wobble.
Isaac didn't have any trouble with it. Ah,
I know this is for your camera, Daddy.
yeah.
When she's done with that one, I'll have to do the bottom one.
Nah, you already got to do a bunch. Another piece of the puzzle, your drive shaft. So this is actually the drive shaft that came out of the El Camino donor car, and I had it shortened by Chattanooga Driveline. They brought this thing down to the right length, put me some new U-joints in there. This thing's ready to bolt in. Let's just hope that my measurements were right, and then it'll go from this 350 turbo right over to this 12-bolt yoke. I took the drive shaft loop loose, lowered it down a set of holes. Now it should fit right in there, and it does. Looking good. We'll go in. That is on. That's really close. Not close enough. Okay, we got to figure out a way to get the drive shaft to go in the transmission just a little bit more. If it'd go in a 1/2 inch, I'd be able to get this on. All right, that was a pretty tight fit, but I took the caps off of the U-joint and was able to wiggle it in there. Now I got it set. I can put my U-bolts in. Good to go. I'm gonna put this motor together. I think it's a good day for it. We got everything cleaned up. We got the Corvette out of here so we can get around the car a little bit. This is a big day because we've been waiting for months and months and months to use that big pile of parts that's sitting over there. All right, we're ready to start bolting some stuff up to this big block. I'm gonna start on the bottom side. So we got this new starter. It came from Summit Racing. This is one of their Summit branded starters. Nice and small. It's gonna fit on there just right. It comes with the bolts and shims if you need it. Hopefully we don't need any shims. Hopefully it'll just bolt up and work just right. Let's go fit it up and see how it does. You can see it's got straight across bolts, but it's got 2 different sets of bolt patterns. So hopefully this works for us. These headers, hopefully they fit. You think they're gonna fit? Okay. We're excited about bolting some things on them. It opened right up, didn't it? All right, it's time to see if these big monster hooker headers,
Master.
they're a big monster, aren't they? We're gonna see if these big old headers are gonna fit in this Henry J. Okay, these headers are huge.
They're huge.
They are huge, and I'm hoping that we can get them past the frame rail. Get them up here. Ooh, we made it. Oh, come on. Okay. Whew. Well, bolting the headers on turned out to be quite a fiasco. And it's not anything to do with the quality of the headers. It's just that this is a 51 Henry J with a big block in it, and you're going to run into these problems. So when I did the research on this car, and I talked to Bob Treadway, who had a big block in it, he told me Camaro Nova headers is what he used. Well, that's what I ordered, and you know, who knows what's changed between now and then. This engine mounting arrangement might be different. I'm not sure, but I ended up having some fitment issues and had to beat a little bit here to clear the frame rail. And then back here in this aluminum foot box, I had to cut out a notch. So now we've got fitment. We've got clearance. We're good to go. We're ready to bolt this thing on. Yeah, you'll need a wrench. So just put it in there until you can't turn it anymore, and then do the next one. That's way better than a wrench.
When it's tight, I'm not going to go very fast.
Yeah. Whoop. Gotta keep that one hand pushing in. There you go.
So close, Daddy.
Mm-hmm. Okay, that's probably enough right there. We don't want to tighten it too much. We want to get these others run in. Get it rotated around. Now you need a hand down here, pushing towards the engine. There you go. Gotta keep that hand pushing. Otherwise your socket will just fall right off the bolt every time. I like this. You having one side and I have the other. This works out pretty good. You need this wrench. Will that help you get on it? See how it does. That's my favorite header wrench right there. Fits on most bolts, even if you got tight clearances.
It still doesn't fit.
Oh man, how's it going over there?
Getting it.
Good.
But I think you're gonna beat me.
I don't know, this last one's fighting me back here. It's hard to get to. You go somewhere with Mama today?
Yep.
Where'd you go?
Then we go to the big store.
Yeah? Did you get some car parts for the Henry J?
Yes.
Thank you for doing that. That saved me a big trip. Can you see what's in there? It's so tall you can't even see in there. This came from Wyand. Our friends at Holley provided this for us, and this is like what every big block needs. This is a two-piece deal. Most of them are. We got to bolt that together. They got gaskets that came with it, and then we're going to stick it on the engine. Actually, we might stick it on the engine and then bolt it together. We'll see. Summit Racing sent us these bolts. This is a complete bolt kit for the outside of a big block Chevy. Intake manifold bolts, that's what we're going to be using right now. Water pump, fuel pump, the whole 9 yards. Header bolts. These are super nice to have handy. I could use the crusty stuff that I took off of this engine, but it'll look so much better with these really nice looking bolts. Time to set the intake on. We got the correct gaskets now that have the little notches up here for the extra holes. We got our silicone beads run. I think it's time. Let's see. Yep, it's getting tacky.
Tacky taco.
Tacky taco. It's time. Here we go.
Tacky taco tacky. And it's gonna. Daddy is squishing it.
You're squishing it.
Yeah.
Okay. We're sitting on there. All right, this is important. We got to tighten these middle ones first, and then we'll work our way out. And we're just getting it snugged up. You don't have to go crazy. I don't know how your muscles get. Okay, I think you got it. Okay.
No, for,
Neither. Probably for linkage.
yeah. I like that motor.
Yes, me too. It's so good.
Yeah.
It's time to put the distributor in. See if we can make it fit. Goodness, it's tight. Huh. That's what I'm talking about right there. Set right down in there. Pointer pointing towards number 1. I already did that one in the very back. It's super hard to get to. Part of the cooling system on this car is going to be an aluminum water pump. This came from Summit Racing. It's pretty generic looking. It doesn't have any markings on it or anything, but it looks like a pretty nice piece. It already had these fittings tightened and installed, so that's pretty handy. And part of our bolt kit that we bought for this thing came with water pump bolts. So gotten our paint job a little messed up today, but that's what happens when you're working. You're working hard, sometimes your paint job gets messed up.
Like all the stuff is on the motor.
We'll have to clean it up real good when we get done wrenching on it.
Are you all the people watching me?
Am I all the people? I'm not all the people, but all the people in here, doot, 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 they're watching you.
But you just gonna watch me right there.
And then hopefully thousands and thousands of people will watch you on YouTube. Yeah.
all of them, everyone who likes cars.
Yeah, I hope so. I hope everybody who likes cars watches this video.
And all the other ones.
Yeah, and all the other ones, that's right.
And all drag cars have these kind of motors.
No, not all drag cars.
Not like this.
There are a lot of drag cars with big block Chevys with this type of engine, but this is a little different than a lot of drag cars.
Than all of the other Chevys.
Yeah.
All the other ones are Chevys, but this one's not a Chevy, but it is.
Yeah, it's not a Chevy car, but it's got a Chevy motor.
What about we try to turn it into a Chevy?
Turn it into a Chevy?
Chevy Gasser.
Oh, I don't think I want that. I like Henry J's. It's my favorite car in the world.
Me too.
Really?
I think Carly too.
Probably.
I just go slow because I'm talking a lot.
Oh, happens.
Wrench.
Wrench.
Grinch. I saw the Grinch before.
Yeah, you did. So to keep this thing cool, we've got Summit Racing aluminum radiator. And the way that I ordered this was a bolt-in unit like for a Camaro or Nova. And I just measured from here to here on these existing uprights to get a rough idea of the size we needed. Hopefully it works. Let's see. There we go. Let's take it out of this bag. Get a good look at it. Now, I'm all about being period correct, but I'm also about cooling. So what I'll probably do is paint this black. That's super nice, but it's a little too nice for this car, don't you think? Maybe a little too shiny. Okay, moment of truth. Get out of the way. Okay. Okay, I think that fits. Got the aluminum radiator pretty much mounted here. Only had to drill 2 holes. Got it fitted up. Got some radiator hoses. These are just some cheapos from Rock Auto. That's about the only thing I trust from Rock Auto these days is radiator hoses and belts. You can get a good deal on that. I got everything spaced out about where I need it to be. We're going to have to trim a little bit on the lower radiator hose, and transmission lines will be a little bit of a challenge because they're down there low and we're running a mechanical fan. So that might be tough to get them out of the way of the fan. But before we can do that, I need to mock up our pulleys, and that means we need to go ahead and install these alternator mounts. These are from Transdap. I got them from Summit Racing. They're chrome. I'm probably going to rattle can them black. The chrome's not very good on these, and I don't really want the chrome. But ideally, we're going to have this set up here, and then we have something to base all of our pulley alignment on once the alternator's in place. Here's another Summit Racing piece. I didn't know this, but Summit Racing sells its own brand of one-wire alternators. So that's pretty handy, definitely affordable. And this is going to be an easy setup here, just your standard GM one-wire. The only thing we're going to do to modify this is we're going to change the pulley. We're going to put a big Moroso pulley on here, just like what they ran back in the old days. I was planning on using the shifter that came in the car. This is like a mid-70s Camaro shifter. Super simple, super easy. Already has a cable on it, but I could not get the cable to align with the transmission. Just one of those things. I was just probably a ½ inch off. So I'm going to go ahead and put an aftermarket shifter in it. I've got a B&M Star shifter, so it's kind of an old school piece. What I found though was that this shifter is actually welded in place. And I really increased the lighting in here. I rigged up my light up in the headliner area. I can see everything I need to see. Look at that. Got my shifter cut out. Actually did a decent job not leaving a whole lot of stuff behind. So we're going to put our new shifter here, probably dress up some of these welds that are left behind, and then drill some holes, mount it up. Got my holes drilled. Now it's just a matter of bolting this thing in. We'll get the shifter cable routed and run to the transmission. But pretty easy install for one of these things. It's not super complicated. It will work in just about anything with a 3-speed transmission.
Right bolts right there?
Yep, right under there. That's the shifter bolts.
I'm coming this way.
You gonna come all the way through?
Yeah.
Watch your head. Hello there. Whoa. Whoa, that was good. All right, shift knob, kind of the final. Why can't I get that started? There it goes. Yeah, spin it like that. Spin it on there, and then I'll show you how this thing works.
When it's tight, it's going to be finished. Will I feel like it?
Yeah, whenever it feels tight, then I'll show you how the shifter works. You're gonna drive this thing someday, I just know it. All right.
Is it still going to be yours?
Well, someday it'll be yours. Okay, this goes about like that. You see this thing? Pull that up with your fingers. So when you're sitting still, the transmission's in park. That means it won't go. Hey, you know how to do it. Look at that. See that? That was cool. So I think right now, see, you're doing a full demonstration of this shifter. So what you just did when you pulled up the lever and pulled it back again, you put it into ratchet mode, which means all you got to do is that right there, and it shifts it into second gear, and that right there shifts it into high gear. And then you're completely locked out. You can't downshift, you can't upshift into neutral.
And how does it go fast?
How does it go fast?
Yeah.
Well, when it goes fast, you're starting way back here in low gear. You gotta make sure it's in low gear, and then as the motor revs up, you shift it into second, and the motor revs up again, shift it into high gear. You can tell by the mess that is left behind that I've been making some progress on this Henry J. Made a last-minute order for some parts from Summit. Ordered it yesterday. This stuff showed up today. Let's see what all we got here. We've got some lug nuts, because we're gonna have to put some wheels on this thing at some point. We've got the hold down tabs for the valve covers. Those kind of came loose in the package. We got a fan spacer, stickers. We got, what else we got in here? We got a coil bracket, transmission line kit, some seat belt anchors. We're gonna need those at some point. And then we got a charge wire. Those are Summit Racing plug wires. And what we ended up doing, we used an old Corvette distributor. This is a tack drive distributor. So it's got a point style cap. So let's see this end over here. It takes this style of terminal, whereas HEI takes a different style terminal. So we got the right type end on the bottom side too. These are the angled boots
Oh, boots.
Yeah, those are called boots. And that works well on a big block to get out of the way of the headers. So 18436572. Can you remember that? There's going to be a quiz.
When?
I don't know.
I love your shifter.
Thanks. That's a B&M Star Shifter.
It looks very nice.
Yes, Holley sent that to us, and it's a very good piece. It's not 100% period correct for the 1970s,
But it's beautiful.
but it's nice. It's going to work really well.
Daddy, watch out. I'm going to start to drive, Daddy.
Oh my.
Watch out.
Oh my.
Get out of the motor.
I got to get out of the way. Whoa.
Daddy, you're in the way for me to drive to the gas station.
Oh my.
The gas station.
We're at the gas station.
Oh my goodness.
No, you'll be the driver. You're the cheeseburger. Oh, I'm driving back. I hate it.
Oh my goodness.
All the cheese is for
You want to order burger?
And chicken nuggets.
Back to regularly scheduled programming. So you guys probably noticed in previous clips of this, you've probably already even left a comment. I had the tunnel ram top on backwards, and that was a mistake. It looked like it could only go one way, and I bolted it on that way. And then I realized, actually my dad pointed it out, that this back carburetor has a little taller flange. So anyways, took it apart, put it back together. It's all good now. So now we're ready to put carburetors on this thing. So I've already got the fuel hose run over here with my T. There are better ways of doing this. I'm doing it the cheap way. Little brass T, 3/8 hose, no big deal. We've got our fuel filter. We've got everything plumbed. It's really getting close. All we got left is bolting 2 carburetors onto this thing and rigging up some carburetor linkage. All right, we're getting down to the pretty much, I don't want to say the end of the project because there's still a ton of stuff to do, but we are getting close to being able to crank this thing up and make some noise. And in order to do that, got to put carburetors on. I've saved this for the very last. I've done everything that I know to do. I've got fittings, I've got belts, hoses, everything is connected for this first fire up. Now, I will go back and dress some things up. The wiring is a little bit of a mess. You know, there's some things that I'll go back and make a little better. But here we go. We got 2 Holley 450 CFM 4-barrel carburetors. Don't pay attention to my mess. It's okay. It's all right.
We're gonna pay attention.
It's okay. My mess, I've been thrashing on this thing, and our list is getting really short. We just have carbs, carb linkage, oil, transmission fluid, rear end, and then we gotta put some tires and wheels on. So, all right,
What did you say?
let's open this up here. Hang on, here we go. Alright. Here's your, hey, cool it.
Here's your hat.
Here's your hat. Oh, that's very nice. Okay, back to business.
That was a very quick transition.
Back to business, yes. All right, so these are Holley 450 CFM tunnel ram carburetors. They're made to be run on a tunnel ram. They have a single line, which is pretty handy. If you're running dual line Holleys on the tunnel ram, that can get pretty hectic as far as all the lines and stuff. So that's easy. One line in for each one. Linkage is going to be fairly straightforward, hopefully, but 450 plus 450, that comes out to 900 CFM total. So this thing ought to have plenty of fuel. All right.
Bolts right here.
Yeah, just look for the 4 bolts to hold it on there. Found one. That one's a little bit tough because it's got a vacuum port right in the way of the socket and extension.
Oh yeah.
Just go till it feels like it's starting to get tight. See if you put your eyes on it there. Don't look at me. You gotta be able to see what you're doing. You're gonna be able to drive this thing. I know it.
When you're 70 years old.
When I'm 70 years old.
No, 75.
75. Oh my goodness.
Oh my goodness
Nah,
gracious.
you'll be able to drive it before then. Why did you let me make such a mess?
I
Look at
don't
this.
know.
Tools, bolts, and now you're just gonna you're probably gonna pile that stuff right over here too. All right, there you go. You got your gasket.
Which size?
You'll see when you set the gasket up there.
But I can get.
Oh yeah. Been waiting a long time to see this engine looking like this, and I intentionally left the carburetors for last because I just wanted to be able to step back and see that right there. That is a hot rod.
What's on the list, Daddy?
We're running out of things on the list. We got to put some oil in this thing.
What's this?
It's the radiator cap. I guess we got to put water in it too, don't we?
Okay.
Can do all the way around.
Alright, so I got this linkage kit that came from Summit Racing. It just ties the two carburetors together. It actually came with a vertical bar that went down if I wanted to run a mechanical type linkage. But this car already has a cable in it from 100 years ago, but it's still there. Still seems to work. So I snapped that thing on there, bolted a bracket on. Alright, Carly, I need you to sit in the driver's seat. Get yourself comfortable. All right, mash the gas. Just mash it. Yeah, okay, let off. Works. We have full throttle action. Try it again. Woo! Yeah, okay. All right, yeah, that's doing it. That is sure enough doing it. Try it again one more time. Yeah, that is wide open, full throttle. We're connected. We got brakes, we got throttle. It's time to put oil and fluids in it. This is big stuff here.
All of it?
So this is 20W50 oil. That means it's pretty thick. And that's pretty much what I run in all the old cars is 20W50.
Do you need a lot of oil in this motor?
About 5 quarts. We might add another quart if we feel like it. But 5 quarts is enough to get where we're going. We'll have to add a bunch of transmission fluid, which it looks a little tricky to put transmission fluid in it, considering that the dipstick tube is up under the dash.
Where's the lid at?
The lid,
Right here.
yeah, there's that one, and then this is for the oil.
Looks like that's why it leaks.
I don't know. We do need to check that out, though. That's a little leak that we need to fix.
Yeah.
Thanks for checking. Just go for it.
I'm scared.
Got 1 gallon in. Oh, hey,
Sorry.
drippage.
Wait. It's still got. Oh wow, that was a lot that I missed.
It gets trapped up in here. Something didn't work right because this thing was pouring transmission fluid just as fast as you could pour it in. Unfortunately, I poured a whole gallon in there. So we have made a giant mess. Got everything took apart. Everything's cleaned and ready to go back together. The issue was this gasket, which I'm throwing away now. 2 of the holes, 2 of the bolt holes. I thought I was getting the bolt started, but what actually happened was I pushed the gasket and it was no longer sealing against the surface. So we're going to put a new gasket. Everything's clean and dried, ready to go back together. But man, I was really excited. I was hoping that we were going to make some noise real quick, real soon.
but this is the type of stuff that happens. You got to just prepare for it, clean up your mess, and move on. All right, instead of dealing with this mess and trying to put the transmission pan back on it while swimming in transmission fluid soup, I'm going to put some tires and wheels on this thing, and we're going to roll it out into the driveway. We're going to fix it there. So that's a pretty big step. That's something we haven't even done yet, is fit up some tires and wheels. So we're going to put these roll arounds. They're just the black wheels I used to have on the Chevelle and some 235/75s. They're going to look tiny in this wheel well probably, but we're at least going to be able to roll it, get it out there in the driveway. Well, this is not the joyous occasion I thought it was going to be, putting wheels on this thing and putting it back on the ground. But it's a step in the right direction. It's just not the way I wanted to do it. So it'll be on the ground, but it's to get it out from under this crazy puddle. I'm real curious to see how it sits with these little street tires on the back. Probably gonna look a little bit goofy, but it's very, very temporary. So now that we're out in the fresh air, we got a little more room to operate. We need to go ahead and get the rear end dope filled up. We're just using generic ADW90 just from the parts store. We have our transmission issues fixed. We can try our contraption again to start putting some fluid back in it, slowly this time.
Sorry.
Well, no, it wasn't your fault.
Oh.
Instead of pouring a whole gallon in it, we're gonna pour a little bit at a time, make sure it's not gonna leak.
Okay.
But this time, I put a fresh gasket on it, and I can see that it's seated all the way around. I think what happened on that last time was the gasket just fell inside the pan on a couple of spots, and it leaked tremendously. It's good.
Oh.
Wait, we got a... Okay. I think it means we're full. Well, wish us luck. We're trying water this time to see if that will stay where it's supposed to be. At least the water's a little easier to clean up. We're gonna fill it up with water. Eventually I'll have to put antifreeze in it, like when it's wintertime. Crazy that this thing is dirtier now than when we brought it from Dad's shop. You're doing good.
Get up here.
I like how careful you're being to get every bit of it.
I need more bubbles on the other side. There we go. I don't know.
Always be sure to wash your floor pans.
Oh.
Mm-hmm.
The belly is black.
Looks good.
Can I wash this tire?
Yep.
And I'm gonna do bubbles on the back right over there.
All right, we got this thing rinsed off, letting it air dry. You can see we got our lights out so we can see what we're doing here. And the kids have gone in to go take a bath, but I've got a surprise for them when they get out.
and it is this awesome set of tires and wheels. You guys probably know that I'm associated with Coker Tire Company, and this is a killer setup for this car that came straight out of the Coker Tire catalog. We've got Krager SS wheels, 15 by 4s up front, 15 by 10s on the back, some 10.5 by 29.5 Phoenix slicks, and some little 560/15 US Royal front runners. This is a setup very similar to what this car ran back in the 70s. And I'm excited for the kids to see what their reaction is with this thing looking a little bit better than the old black steel wheels. All right, guys, there it is. The first look with the new tires and wheels from Coker Tire. Krager SS, US Royal skinnies, big old Phoenix tires on the back. Fills out those wheel wells absolutely perfect. Stance is right on the money. I'm sure it'll go down a little bit just because I've just had it jacked up, but it looks pretty good. So let's go get the kids, see what they think about it. All right, come take a look at the surprise.
What?
Come take a look at the surprise. What do you think? What do you think? What do you think?
Did you get the other tires off and put these tires on?
Yeah, let's go take a look at them.
I can see those in any of the garages.
I know, it was a surprise. You didn't even know I had those, did you? That's the perfect tire and wheel setup, in my opinion, for this car.
Are you going to put the hood back on?
We will after we do some more work.
Okay.
What do you think?
What do you think? Go over there and let me take a picture with you. Of you. Oh, he's got his crazy walk going. Whoa.
Come on.
Come on, Carly.
Go over there.
You guys have put in a lot of work on this car, and we're not done yet. But this sure does look good to me.
Some more?
Bedtime. Everybody's had a bath. Everybody's a little bit, maybe they might be grumpy.
Emma.
One.
I'm not grumpy.
You're not grumpy? Well, one of the 3 children are grumpy.
Yeah, I think it's Emma Lulu.
Oh, well, she's cooperating pretty good. All right. Well, that's the big reveal, big surprise. Krager SS wheels,
Did you clean them?
big old slicks. No, I didn't have to clean them. That's how they came.
Or did you draw that?
Nope, that's how they came. Letters are painted white. All right, it's the next day, and we're ready to do our final checks before we try to turn this thing over, try to crank it for the first time. There's a few things I want to check before we get too carried away. I don't want to get into full-on crank-up mode yet. I want to check and make sure that we have spark, so I've got a spark plug out here, and I'm going to spin the motor over and see if we got some ignition. I'm probably also going to take the fuel line loose, let it pump a little bit of gas as I'm spinning it over, just so that we get any junk or whatever out of that line. I blew it out, but you never know. So we're gonna do that before we try to really pour some gas in the carburetors and make this thing fire up. All right, so I reconnected all of the wires that were in this car originally. When we bought it, it already had wires connected to these switches, and I've got it wired up to where if I turn this on, that's fired to the ignition, and if I do this, that's gonna turn the engine over. So let's see if it works. It does. It's a good thing. That's one step closer. Now we're going to check for spark out here. Nope, I'm not seeing any spark. Let's retrace our steps here, see what we've done wrong. Oh, I think I know what I did wrong. This yellow wire is going to the coil. Now let's put some fire to the coil. I bet you. Oh, something popped. What was that, I wonder? Okay, found it. Apparently we popped a fuse there, so, that's a little bit troubling. We might have some issues here that we need to address. Let's check it out and see what's going on. I did a little bit of reconfiguring on our toggle switches and may have found the issue. So let's try turning this switch on again, our main power switch. There. Okay, nothing popped, no smoke. I don't think. Nope, we look okay over there. So let's try the starter button, see if we have some fire, the good kind of fire. Yep, I saw a spark. Okay, we're good. This thing's seeing daylight for the first time in a long time, and we've put a lot of work into making this thing crank up and run and hopefully drive. I know there's going to be issues, there's going to be stuff we're going to have to go back and fix, but this is a pretty big moment. Hopefully it'll fire up. But you're going to do the honors of hitting the button?
You can do it.
I'll do it? Okay.
Yeah, you can do it.
Well, it is real handy because I can reach right through the windshield. And okay, that should be ignition. Okay, I do need somebody to come look at the oil pressure gauge. Okay, come on. This one?
Mm-hmm.
Tell me when this moves.
Okay.
Okay. Battery. Did it do anything? No. Well, at least we were slinging a little bit of oil, hopefully. Let's hook up a battery charger. Bump it just a little bit.
Yeah, it moved up about that.
Okay. Let it charge a minute.
Are y'all ready to crank it up? Is it gonna be loud?
Way too easy.
It just turned over.
It scared me. It was like a.
I want to see what this looks like because
I wonder what that.
Turn your
Yeah.
boost off.
I wonder what. It sounds like the fan
I
is
want to
hitting
see
something.
what this looks like.
I didn't know. I was scared. I was like, what?
It ain't touching nothing.
I mean, it's close to that transmission line, but it ain't like the fan would stretch to hit that. We're getting ready to go for our first ride around the neighborhood. Wish us luck. Oh yeah. Yeah. That's pretty good. What do you think?
Looks like it's done.
Okay. I guess we gotta get some seatbelts.
Oh, yeah, it won't move if I push the pedals.
No. Whoa! Whoa! My goodness. Better hang on tight. Whoa!
But I don't have seatbelts.
Oh, we gotta get seatbelts in here. Oh.
Beep beep. Does it have a horn?
It doesn't have a horn. Let's get it loose a little bit. Oops, that's backwards. Tighten it up good.
Was that fun? Yeah? Did Daddy get on it? Huh?
Whoa. You gonna climb out the window?
No.
You know what's really cool about that? Is you worked on this car. You worked on that motor, and then we just drove it. Isn't that cool? Alright, it's time for the first real test drive. Here we go. First real test drive on a real road. Well, that's actually probably a closed course. Either way, actually getting it up into high gear, you know, seeing if this thing's going to track straight, what it's going to do. And it was exhilarating. Number one, I forgot that I didn't have a windshield, so I had dust and stuff in my eyes. So part of that drive was with my eyes closed, but it drives good. I need to bleed the brakes again. Everything else seems okay. The brakes aren't holding real good, like when I try to stall it up to take off. You notice it stumbled a little bit, but so far so good. The motor feels real nice and strong. And once it cleared up, like when I got on it a little bit there, it felt pretty good. So I'm pretty happy with it. I'm really happy that Isaac got to go for a ride, his very first ride in this Henry J. So he looks a little sad, but he's really not. I think he's just worried about the camera. But we had, you're not? Okay. We had a good time. That was an exhilarating first drive. Getting on it a couple times was great. And now I've got a little bit more work to do before I take that next step. You're a good helper.
want to take the carburetors off, but I did because I could not get this stumble out of right when you hit the throttle. This thing would have a bog if you're going wide open throttle. And I played around with different pump cams. These are accelerator pump cams. There's all different colors that have different ramps that pushes the arm differently. So I played with that. It helped a little bit. I put 35 squirters instead of 31s. That's what it comes with the factory, is 31s. Put 35s in there and still had the same issue, except a little better. So further research showed that it's the accelerator pump itself that's not giving you enough of a shot right off the bat. So I'm upgrading. I've already got this one on there. I'm upgrading to a 50cc. That should give me a bigger shot. That should help get this thing off the line a little better. I've got clearance issues on this pump rod. It's hitting the intake. That's about all it'll do. This one, I've just got it sitting on there. I don't have it bolted on. But you can see, as this goes around, it's coming in contact with the intake right there. So I'm going to grind that little bit of meat off of the intake, put these back on. All right, we got the 50cc accelerator pumps on the carburetors and took it for a test drive, and it was acting a little bit rich. So I changed them back to the 31 squirters in there. That's what these things came with, was 31s. Put those back in there and it's pretty happy now. Also put a double spring on here. I had a little whoopsie-doo with the throttle hanging up wide open. That was no fun. And I put a little extra spring back here just in case. And now it's time to get some glass in this thing, at least a windshield. And lucky for us, this thing had the old windshield that was in it. You just can't see through it anymore. It's pretty yellowed up. But it gives us a good pattern to go by when it comes to cutting the new Lexan. We can see that we can maybe cut it a little long here so that it's not such a big old gap around the scoop. We've got a little bit of a gap up here as well. So we'll cut it a little bit long in those areas. And notice that it's two pieces. And this it's actually two pieces of aluminum that sandwiches the Lexan. So we're gonna put it back just like it was, just with a new fresh sheet of Lexan. Summit Racing came to the rescue again, this time with the sheet of Lexan. This is a 4-foot by 8-foot sheet. Should be plenty enough to do the windshield, maybe even some side windows if we choose to do that. But for sure, we gotta get a windshield in this thing. So this will give us plenty of material to work with. They shipped it to us, got here quick and easy. Like always, Summit Racing is a good choice for pretty much any kind of speed part. All right, we got the old piece clamped in place. I'm just gonna draw a line with my marker right around it. And then I've already kind of taken some mental notes as far as where to cut it a little longer. So that way we can do a real nice close fit. I don't know if anybody else does it this way, but while it's clamped into place, I'm gonna go ahead and drill these holes. That way I can go ahead and get that out of the way, and then take the old glass, the old window, it's not glass, take the old windshield out of the way, and then make my cut. And we got a pretty good looking line there. Corner looks great. Looks like we got a little fat spot right there that I need to, from basically there to there, I need to DA down, because that's kind of holding us up. And then this is extra super duper thick. So probably just need to cut it a little closer to the line, a little bit. All right, we got the windshield in it, and cut looks pretty good. It fits the body all right. Put some stainless steel screws in there instead of rivets like the way it was years ago. And my dad made a new V right here. It's still the same concept where it sandwiches the two pieces of Lexan and then screwed it all in there. And you know, if we end up painting the car somewhere down the road,
we can take those screws out and take the windows out of it easily compared to rivets. So one of these days we'll make this thing slick. But for right now, I'm just happy to have the bugs out of my face and the dirt and stuff not flying in my eyes.
Doesn't even look like the same car.
No, it doesn't. It does not look like the same car. The front end back on the car, that was a pretty simple matter of 4 bolts. This is all existing stuff, just like what it had back in the day. These plates and a bar that runs across, there's nothing fancy there. But I just bolted them back up in the existing bolt holes. I added some chains. There was already 2 hooks on the inside of this fiberglass front end. So I just put some little cheap chains on there to keep it from flipping too far forward. Put a headlight bezel on it. It was missing one, and I've got everything ready to wire up the headlights. So we're getting there. Here's another thing I didn't bother videoing the whole process. I put a universal turn signal switch in this thing. It's kind of cheesy looking, but these things are cheap and easy to fool with. 7 wires, pretty much simple. I can just strap that to the steering column. The rest of it was easy, and it allowed me to hook up brake lights and turn signals, and that's very helpful for making this thing legal for the street. The original taillights are not amazing. The one on the passenger side is a replacement. It's a plastic lens, and then the original one over here, I accidentally cracked the glass lens, so I'm kind of sad about that. But it has functioning taillights, blinkers, and brake lights. I've got the lower portion of my new Simpson racing harnesses in here. I got these from Holley, of course. And I'm gonna put shoulder straps in here too, but my buddy Kyle's gonna make me a harness bar back here that'll make that a little bit safer than what it was. It was just wrapped around this back bar. And you'll notice that this is a different seat than what I put in here in a previous episode. That other seat, that fiberglass seat, was way too small for my behind. It just didn't fit. It was not comfortable. It was cool looking, and we had it mounted in the right spot. It just wasn't comfortable to sit in. So I ended up getting an Impy. This is a plastic bodied seat. Very similar seat cover to what's in there, so it doesn't look totally out of place. It's got a low back, not one of the big tall backs like the 80s style seats. So it's not totally offensive like the other seat was, but it's also not an exact match, but it is super comfortable. So I can get in there easy and drive it and feel pretty confident about it. So my first time driving this car, aside from just like around the neighborhood and up and down my little road, First time really driving it and putting some miles on it. We drove up Highway 27. I don't know, I just wanted to put more miles on it and get some heat in the motor and transmission and rear end and see what this thing was going to do, see how it was going to act. I had to know what 538 gears felt like out on the highway, and it didn't take long to figure that out. Lots of RPMs, lots of noise, lots of nerves, you know, being out on a public road with open headers and slicks and a car that just doesn't look like it belongs on the road anymore. There was some concern of, you know, what if I get pulled over or something like that. But I do have tags and insurance, and it's legal, other than the stuff that's not legal. Actually took it to, I guess, the first real debut of this car. The first time it was in the public eye was at the Hot Rod Hoarder swap meet. Now, that's a swap meet we have every year. That's the Saturday after Thanksgiving every year. We have it at the Ray County Fairgrounds in Evansville, Tennessee, and it's grown into a really great event. We raise money for a local family in need, and this past year I wanted to take this thing. I wanted people to see it. So the first real debut where I drove it there and drove it back and might have romped on it a little bit in front of some people was in March of this year. That was the Classy Trash Custom Bash. That's in Dayton, Tennessee. And a friend of mine, Earl Jordan, puts that show on. That was his first time putting this show on. And he had a great turnout. Some really neat cars and trucks showed up. And I wanted to support that by bringing this old car out for the first time. And it ended up winning an award. It was the best race car. Might have been the only race car there, but still, got a trophy on its first time out, so that was a pretty neat deal. And I knew it was going to be time for Paradise Drag Strip to do basically their season kickoff. So in March, they always do a Thrill on the Hill show, which is a swap meet, a car show, and a drag race. It's not a serious drag race, no bracket racing or nothing like that. It's just a test session for a few hours during the middle of the day. My dad's buddy, Tommy Dillard, he let me borrow his trailer. We were going to use his truck, but again, ran into an obstacle with that and borrowed my neighbor, Terry Dillard, Tommy's brother, borrowed his truck. So this was kind of a completely borrowed setup, everything except for this old car. So we went down the road with very little expectations in my mind. I knew what I was going to do and I assumed how the car was going to act, but as far as like what kind of ET it was going to run, you know, a lot of people had asked me that, and my answer generally was if it ran anywhere in the 7s in the 8th mile, I'd be pretty pleased with that. And my wife was really worried about how I would feel when it was all over. Like when I take this thing to the track, how am I going to leave the track? Am I going to be disappointed in anything? There, you know, that's all unknown. It doesn't matter how well you're prepared. I could have went there and cranked the thing up and it could have had a knock. It could have had no oil pressure. It could have busted the transmission in two. It could have broken axle. It could have done anything. These cars are unpredictable. But the reality was that it was one of the best days of my life. And I don't say that lightly. The reason for that is because not only did the car do what it was supposed to do, but I had my support system right there. My wife and two oldest, Carly and Isaac, they came, and my dad, my mom came, my father-in-law came, Tommy Dillard rode with us, and you know, having that support system and those people that care so much about me, care about this car and care about the story behind it, that meant so much. And it's hard to put into words how much it meant. And we didn't have cameras running all the time to capture our moments of hugging each other and laughing and smiling and, you know, all of the emotion that happened throughout the day. We didn't do that. And part of the reason for that is I don't feel like it would be quite as genuine if we just had a camera running all the time capturing all these personal moments. So you're gonna have to take my word for it. It was a good day. It was a real good day. Paradise Drag Strip does this thing where they'll go prep their track a little bit, and then before people go out there and start racing, they'll have the cars go do sort of a parade lap. So any drag car is available to go out there and do this, and it's a great idea. Get your car up to temperature, you know, it's all good. And you just drive down through there, maybe goose it a little bit, and if you want to, you can kind of stop there at the starting line and see how it's going to take off. You know, you're just kind of playing. You're getting things warmed up, and that was a great opportunity for me. And Christina got to ride with me, which was really cool to me because she'd ridden in this car once, and it was not the best experience. The throttle hung wide open, so obviously I fixed that problem that I was having. She had never really ridden in it aside from that day, so she wanted to ride on the warm-up laps. So we decided to do 2 laps, come back to the pit, check it out, make sure it's not dumping fluid somewhere or something crazy. And we had a blast. It was one of those things that kind of gave her a little more appreciation for the car, of how rowdy it is and how loud it is and how aggressive it feels. You know, 538 gear is just something that you can't explain by mouth. You just got to ride in it and see what this thing feels like. So we did our little test laps, and everything felt good, looked good. I was noticing a little stumble right off of idle. It was real grumbly feeling. Even when it wasn't in gear, like I put it in neutral and cleared out, and it was, once it got up in RPMs, it was great. It cleared out and revved up clean all the way up through the RPMs, but it was just like maybe 1,000 RPM window where it was just grumbly. Like you had to kind of nurse it through that to get it on up and clear up. So I wasn't real worried about tuning at the track, especially. Like I didn't bring a bunch of carburetor parts and tools and things like that. I didn't want to go down that road. I just wanted this to be a shakedown run. So that very first one, my dad was standing here with me, and you know, we're just talking about stuff and getting a game plan together. You know, we've talked about it for months and months now, but here we are. This is the moment. So he was up there, and what I wanted to do was replicate a picture that we have of his old Henry J drag car, where he's standing. It's actually his buddy Junior driving the car, and he's standing at the back of the car holding it, because at Paradise Drag Strip, the starting line is kind of uphill. So if you had a 4-speed car back in the day and you didn't have a line lock, it would roll backwards out of the beams. So eventually they moved the starting line forward, and that helped a little bit. But anyways, we've got this great picture of my dad with his Henry J holding it on the line. And that was sometime probably around like 1978. So I wanted to replicate that, but with my car. So he got up there and kind of posed for the picture, and that was cool. That was a really neat thing. But it meant a lot to me. Number one, that he wanted to be there that he has always supported me in everything that I've ever done, whether it's car related or work related or life related, family related. You know, I'm sure that there's things that he doesn't agree with. He probably doesn't totally agree with some of the things I did on this car, but he supports me. So having him there and having my mom there meant the world to me. But having him there on the starting line too was really neat. Not only for the picture, replicating that old picture, but I'm sure that having his hands on this car, you know, I'd imagine he said a little prayer before things got going, and I did too. That was in the staging lanes when it kind of got quiet, and we're sitting there waiting, and my dad walked away to go get up on the track there. It got quiet for me, and I just had to stop and pray.
Well, are you nervous?
Yeah.
You gas?
Everything was good. Pull it back in, make sure there's nothing leaking, nothing gone wrong or anything like that. It's all good. I can breathe just for a minute. But what I really wanted to do was go back around to the staging lanes and make a real pass. Give it some gas this time, because the first one, it ran a 8:08 in the 8th mile, which, you know, I was pretty happy with that, considering I was very much off the gas. I was like, okay, 8:08's, that's pretty good. Left lane didn't give me a mile an hour, so I didn't know where I was at there, but probably, I don't know, 75 miles an hour, maybe 80. Pull it back around for my second pass, and I wanted to make a real full pass this time. I was totally confident in the car, felt really good about it. Here we go. The car took off good. It didn't feel like it hopped the front end off the ground, but it took off pretty good and then fell on its face. Grumbly, grumbly, grumbly. And I actually let off the gas completely, stabbed back in it, and it picked up, cleared up, shifted a second into high gear. And I run it through the lights, you know, about as hard as I felt like I could push it. And pulled around there to the ET shack and grabbed my ticket, didn't look at it. I just wanted to get back to the pits so I could get unbuckled, out of this jacket, helmet off. Like I needed to let my body breathe for a minute. So get everything undone, look at that time slip, and it says 7:41. And I can't explain to you how good that felt. The wheels start turning of like, oh, I kind of want to get rid of this grumble now. I need to figure out a way to tune this out so that I can go make a real pass. That didn't end up happening, but I did make another pass, and I pulled around, but I ended up lining up with one of the other gassers at the track. It was great timing. 56 Chevy, he's got a big block. His is a 4-speed, and I've seen his car run plenty of times before, and I was like, man, this is going to be cool. This is going to be our pictures. This is going to be our video. This is going to be it. And I also lined up in the right-hand lane, so this time I'm going to get a mile an hour. The left lane mile an hour just was not working that day. Man, when I let off the gas and everything was good and everything, felt good, I said out loud, and I didn't have a video going or anything, but I said out loud, I don't care what it ran, that was cool. So we turn around, get on the return road, and get our time slip, and I didn't look at it. I just drove right to the pit, got everything unbuckled and off of me and stuff, and then looked at it. And I saw his 699, and instantly in that split second before I even saw my time, I was like, man, if he ran a 699, like I was right there with him. And on my side, it said 739 at 92.78 miles per hour. And as I was pulling back into the pits, I mean, we're talking about, this isn't a big track, pull back into the pits, not even 45 seconds after I've crossed the finish line, my phone buzzes. I can feel it. And after I get unbuckled and everything, I look down, and it's from my wife, who was taking video and pictures for me. And she sent me the picture, the one that tells the whole story of what we went through. And the idea that she was able to go and spend the whole day at the drag strip out in the sun. I mean, it was a great day, perfect, beautiful day, but given her health conditions that she's still not out of the woods on, that was a success in itself, that she was able to spend all day out there and support me the way that she did. But when she sent me that picture, it didn't seem real. Still doesn't seem real. You know, the front wheels were in the air on this car. And so were the guy in the 56, his wheels were in the air too. It was the perfect timing of the perfect shot. And she did this while she was taking video. And I've made a living for almost 20 years now, capturing moments like that for other people. I've photographed cars for magazine features. I've photographed cars at the drag strip. I've photographed cars that have been restored and, that had special meaning and special histories. And so I've captured a lot of what I would consider special moments, but none of them can compare to that. Early on, when I really just started building this car, what I wanted to do was line up with my good buddy Josh. You know him as Sleeper Dude, and he bought Steve Magnanti's Funny Fairmont. This is a really wild car. It's an altered wheelbase Ford Fairmont, 4.6 with stacked fuel injection. The engine's set back, the rear axle's pushed forward. It's a weird and crazy car, and I thought it would just be a really cool matchup for both of us to line up. We got similar tastes, and we finally have two similar cars that we can go race. Fun fact, we've never raced together legally, so this was kind of a first for us. So brought it back home, and I didn't touch anything. Basically, didn't feel like I needed to do much. I thought I had the stumble fixed, and it turns out I didn't. But we went and raced Josh at Brainerd Motorsports Park. That's our local track here close to Chattanooga, Tennessee. And we got together on a Friday night, just me and him. There wasn't a whole lot of other cars at the track. And let's just be clear just for a second. I know that he's at a disadvantage as far as the car is concerned. 468 cubic inches, his is not that. It's less than 300 cubic inches. Weight-wise, I'm probably lighter than him, although I have not weighed this car. Gearing-wise, I've got a huge advantage. I don't remember what he was running. It was a 4-something. I'm running a 538. This car's set up to run 8th mile and 8th mile only. So, there's a lot of advantages here. Automatic transmission's probably going to be an advantage. Although he could leave the line with a lot more RPM, still, consistency-wise, I was probably going to beat him. Going into that, we knew that I had the advantage. This was not any kind of major, we're not putting money on the line, or we're not going to be disappointed if one person wins and the other one loses, or whatever the case may be. This is just purely for fun. And that's exactly what it was. The moment we got some of those nerves out of the way, some of those butterflies out of the way, pull into the burnout box, and everything went about as smoothly as you could want.
On your feet, see how hot they are? Yeah. I told you.
Oh, sorry. Carry on. Competition over there.
Yeah.
Man, he's gonna cross up my plug wires.
Just by default here, Yeah.
We've made it to the track, and most importantly, we've made it with Sleeper Dude over there. He's got the Funny Fairmont, and both of these things are as ready as they're going to be. I won't say that I didn't struggle today, because I had some issues, but we got here to the track and finished what we couldn't finish at home, and it seems a little happier now. So we're about to go up and make our first pass. This is exciting and nervous, and all that built up into one thing, because we've wanted to race for 20-something years, and now we both got pretty cool cars to do it with.
it's coming up in second like that.
Unless you want an exhibition pass.
Yeah.
Looked like it was driving towards the center line a little bit.
Yes, it was.
Was it?
Oh, it hopped him in third. It hopped him off
What?
the ground in third. That's third gear right there. It's hopping the wheels off the ground.
Oh, wow.
Yeah,
That's at the 330 mark, right?
Yeah, don't put weight in it.
Yeah, no more weight. Okay.
Unless you want.
You want to drag the bumpers? That's what you want to do.
No, I mean, I want a wheelie. I don't want to break something. Is what I don't want. You know, I don't want to break it.
You're still cutting.
Bad all the way down the track.
Hey, Daddy. I want to see everything.
What do you think?
He wants to see the video.
I was wondering how you.
Oh, we did a wheelie.
What do you think? Did a good one.
Yeah, but why didn't we?
His car is really loud. Like yeah. With his car next to
So the boards aren't working either?
Did y'all get tickets?
One's 720 and then one's 740.
This is the first pass.
728.
Oh, I ran a 780.
Man.
Hey, that's the same as the time I ran your car at 87. That's the same mile an hour you ran. That would be a great race for them.
728.
So you all ran the same.
But look, you
With
got
the running road.
you got 93 miles an hour, and then you got 95. So it did pick up 2 miles an hour.
Yeah,
so the timing helped.
723 and 95.
Yeah.
I picked up 1 mile an hour.
162, 60 foot. And
We're pretty consistent. Look at the
that's-
passes.
Yeah,
780, 780, 720, 720.
it's not bad for a piece of junk.
For
Throwing together
dropouts.
cars, yeah.
Yeah. Look at our 60 foot. 1616 on both, all four are 16. So we're like really close on all that. But you definitely are outpowering me by, what is that, 7 miles an hour or something? I don't know. Something like that. So you got me. You got me by a little bit there on the mile per hour. Yeah, 7 miles an hour on this last pass. But yeah, definitely, the timing definitely helped then.
Yeah. Kind of makes me want to do a little more.
Yeah. Turn on that nitrous model. I seriously thought about doing that to you. I seriously thought about putting nitrous on the car, but the intake's so hard to do it because it's individual.
Yeah, if you had a carburetor on there,
Yeah.
that would have been a nice little surprise.
I thought about spraying it out the back, but
So the real question now is, do you put some more weight bias back there just for the show?
Fun?
I mean, yeah.
I'm not against it, you know?
Put another one in, and you're gonna have to shift in the air.
Okay. All right, shift in
Make
there.
yourself just get it.
Okay.
Get it in there. Because
in
it's
there.
gonna be on the bumper, and you're gonna just shift fast
Okay.
in there.
I'll try to make it proud.
Yeah. I'll be next to you probably.
You want one? Do you want one or not?
I don't.
Do you want one?
I want one, but I don't have a way.
We have
to
two.
do it fast.
We have two.
I don't.
Okay, you want one?
There's a way fast.
Oh, Lord.
A drop off.
I see it, yeah. Put it in there, man. If you want to do it, it's up to you. I'm fine with it. I'm not going to use the other two.
What?
Why not?
What?
Why not? Yeah, I don't know how.
Oh, gosh.
Don't break it, Josh.
It's up to you.
Just one.
Okay.
We got it back there. It totally fits. And it seems secure. It's good.
that. You'll see it.
Came way up. Yeah, you did touch it up, didn't you?
It like bumped and come right back down. Man,
Cool.
well, I guess it
Look
doesn't
at
matter.
that.
So you did 730 at 92. That's a slower mile an hour, right?
Yeah, it slowed way down. But it was busting up this time at power.
So that 780 at 88. You did a 1.560 foot though.
Yeah,
That's your best. Is that your best 60 in it?
I believe it is, yeah.
You traded it down low for up high.
Yeah, it definitely popped down to high.
Maybe it was just the cooler air, the sun had gone down, and went out there and run a 714 at 95 miles an hour up against another good friend, and that's Philip Cagle. Everybody calls him Winky. He's the mayor of Pikeville, Tennessee. He's got a little drag car, a little 26 or 27 T-model coupe. He races it all the time, and he wanted to line up with me and just make a fun run, and we did exactly that. And I'm glad we did, because I ran my best time of the night against him. So that worked out really good.
Nice. Yes, you can. Get tight. Okay.
Hang on. Yeah, pile driving. Here we go. You ready? Good job! Silly boy, you gonna sleep good tonight.
I'm really thankful for the time we got to spend together. Me and Josh have been friends for over 20 years, and our schedules are rough. I mean, especially during spring and summer months. We don't see much of each other because he's busy and I'm busy, and even though we live pretty close to each other, it's just hard. We both have 3 kids. They're all in different directions, doing different things, and by the time we get a chance to hang out together, it's pretty rare. So, and I'm just very thankful for his friendship, thankful for the fun evening that we got to have all together with our families, and you know, thankful for a lot of support on this build. We had Comp Cams, Summit Racing, Holley, Wilwood helped me out on the brakes, and then Coker Tire with the tire and wheel package. So many great people jumped in on this thing, and even though I built this car right here where I'm standing, you know, there's a lot of people behind the scenes, and you know, on the other side of this screen, the guys watching this, you guys have helped me stay motivated and keep on building this thing, because I know you guys want to see it done and want to see it going down the track again for the first time in a long time. So, but the truth of the matter is this car will never really be finished. This is going to be an evolving project. You know, as I get more mechanical things ironed out, I may take on a body work and paint project on this thing. And as I get that ironed out, who knows what might be next for it. So, you know, you will probably see this car again somewhere down the road. You may see it at an event. You may see it on the channel. But either way, this car is going to live on. It's going to be right here. It's a keeper for sure. So I hope you guys enjoyed following along with the build. Appreciate you watching.